on that side of the room, that being my left and most of you's right. Thank you. All right, so yeah, the minister is on his way now, and as soon as he comes in, we will just ask you to stand and acknowledge his presence. Maybe while I wait, I'll just start off by introductions. My name is Tafadzwa Chipanguza. I represent a company called the Steel and Engineering Industries Federation of Southern Africa, and I also have the privilege of being your host and the program director this morning for what is, I think, going to be a very exciting program. A lot of the panels that we have scheduled for you, I know some of the individuals personally, and I think you're in for quite a star-studded show today. So we welcome you, and we are happy to have you here. And yeah, if we can just give the minister a minute, and then we'll ask you all to stand up, please. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask us just to stand and receive the Minister of Trade and Industry of South Africa. He's working in through the back. Welcome, Minister. You may all be seated. Thank you. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies representing BRICS and non-BRICS member countries, Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Minister Patel, welcome. We also have the Vice Minister of Trade and Industry from India, Mr. Piyush Kumar. Also deputy ministers of the DTIC are expected, both Minister Majola, welcome, as well as Miss Gina, you're welcome. I would also like to welcome the chair of the BRICS Business Council, Ms. Busisiwe Mabuza. There are a few in the room. There's also BRICS Business Council members, Sherpas of the respective BRICS business countries, chairpersons of the different work groups, chairpersons of the different work streams, including that of the manufacturing work group, being Mr. Nizam Kala and Mr. Lisecha Mahoba, and also, lastly but not least, the Director Generals, industry bodies, business organizations, the Apex business bodies represented in the room, all protocols observed. Welcome to this BRICS Manufacturing Forum. As I've already introduced myself, that I represent an organization by the name of CIFSA, and I also am your program host today. This year, South Africa hosts the 15th summit under the theme BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainability, inclusive multilateralism. The manufacturing sector, as the backbone of any economy and the undeniably engine for economic growth, underpins the theme of this BRICS Council this year. In the last half century, we've observed and might even say have marveled at the extent to which a number of the BRICS member countries have enjoyed accelerated, sustainable, and economic growth, and fundamentally shifted the patterns of their internal and global wealth distribution. And for this, all of this has been achieved largely through the manufacturing sector. The overwhelming response to today's breakfast, and in having tallied up the numbers, we also acknowledge that this was probably our most oversubscribed session, is testament to the fact of the importance of the manufacturing sector in any economy, and bringing all the countries that are involved in the BRICS formation, and of course Africa, to the table is very important in the exchange of ideas and everything else. I'm just going to run through some quick housekeeping rules, starting with the fact that we have quite a packed program that we're going to try and fit in before 1 o'clock this afternoon. So as a start, we currently don't have a formal break scheduled. What we will ask is that as people need a break, be it a coffee station, which is at the back, or if you need a comfort break, we ask that you do so in between the sessions with as little disruption as possible. Lunch will also be served at the end of the session in Hall 1. And also, as this is a hybrid event, what we will ask is that our online participants, if they can pose your questions in the link provided on the online chat, and we will monitor them and then share them through the panels as we get to that part of the discussion. Also, I've also been informed by the organizers that for those who are needing any form of translation devices, there are some included at the table near the back. All you would need to bring is a form of identification to collect the device, and then you would be welcome to collect the device and also get the assistance through the translation. So as a start now, I would like to kick off the program and invite our chair of the South African BRICS Business Council, Ms. Busisiwe Mabuza, who then also, after her opening remarks and her official welcome, will also invite the Minister of Trade and Industry to come on stage. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, program host and program director. Honorable Minister, ministers and deputy ministers present here today, ambassadors, excellencies, leaders of business, our friends and guests from all nations across the world, but most especially from our beautiful continent, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, sanbonani. It's my privilege and honor to be standing here before you today, representing both the global and the local BRICS Business Council. This manufacturing forum marks a significant moment in our journey towards building a resilient industrial value chain hub in South Africa and others across the continent. Today, we have come together to discuss key topics that will shape the future of manufacturing, not only in our respective BRICS nations, but also across the globe. BRICS, with its expanding influence, has an opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the future of global sustainable development. The world is transitioning towards a green and sustainable path, recognizing the importance of building resilient value chains that promote economic growth while preserving the planet and impacting societies in a meaningful way. Africa, with its potential, with its natural resources, with its very youthful human resource base, has a pivotal, very critical role to play in this agenda. The commitment to green manufacturing extends far beyond financing. It is in this context that we're looking forward to the panel discussing building resilient industrial value chains and regional manufacturing hubs, lessons from the BRICS nations. By investing in green manufacturing, we can promote innovation, we can drive sustainable economic growth, all while preserving the environment and livelihoods. The BRICS Business Council has worked, ladies and gentlemen, to strengthen and promote economic, trade, business, and investment ties between our respective communities as per our mandate. We need enabling and accessible funding to continue this work effectively. Thus, the discussion on funding mechanisms to support industrial value chains enabling greener manufacturing becomes a very critical conversation. The concept of a circular economy holds great promise to the potential realization of sustainable practices that protect the environment and impact society positively. We have the opportunity to consider the promise of a closed-loop system that starts with enabling policy interventions which encourage sustainable practices across the board. This forum this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is bringing together experts, policymakers, and industry leaders from the BRICS nations and beyond. This is done intentionally. It's done with the purpose of promoting incisive deliberations that lead to meaningful collaborations and economic partnerships. I wish you all successful deliberations throughout the conversations this morning. And at this point, I would like to invite our very own Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Ebrahim Patel, who needs no introduction, of course, but is very passionate about us increasing our industrial manufacturing base. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome, please, to the Minister.
Chairperson of the BRICS Business Council, Busi Mabuza, Deputy Minister of Commerce from India, Piyush Kumar, Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition from South Africa, Nomalungelo Gina, Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition from South Africa, Fikile Majola, CEO of the Bank of China, Dr. Longgilian Chen, Senior Executive of the New Development Bank, Mr. Leslie Maasdorp, members of the BRICS Business Council, senior representatives from BRICS and partner countries, industry CEOs and business leaders, delegates from the global manufacturing and technology communities, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to officially open this BRICS Manufacturing Forum for 2023. Dear colleagues and friends, industrial development over many centuries have been characterized by sudden accelerations and shifts, followed by long periods of slow consolidation. The causes of these shifts through history have varied, though they have largely been driven by technology, by trade, and by war. Today, the world is faced with unprecedented sets of circumstances that requires and is driving a new and sudden set of industrial shifts. Foremost of these, as we all know, is climate change, which requires that the power that drove industrial development for more than 2 centuries be replaced. Fossil fuels drove the old industrial revolution. But in its wake, it created enormous challenges to climate stability as a result of emissions generated by a long period of fossil fuel-driven industrialization, largely in the global north. We're paying the price for it now. To ensure a stable ecosystem for society, the way we power the world needs to and is changing. Now, typically, a change as vast as this, where you're replacing an entire energy technology, would be sufficient to occupy us. But that change coincides with a second big shift, namely the digital and related technological innovations. The digital revolution is now affecting a growing number of economic and industrial activities, with digital networks changing how we work, how we play, how we communicate. The growth of artificial intelligence and smart robotics will simultaneously change the world of white-collar and blue-collar workers in ways we cannot yet fully predict. At the same time, as we see these 2 large shifts in the global economy, a third shift is taking place. A shift in the locus of industrial activity and innovation. A shift that's taken place from the traditional northern centers, increasingly to new industrial and innovation centers. And I guess I should say new only in the modern period. Because if we were to go back in time before the colonial period, China and India were the 2 leading economies of the world. And in an earlier era, Middle Eastern societies had the world's most advanced science and innovation. But with this shift is a new competition for technology leadership in the world. This competition is placing new stresses on the global trading system and on investment, with a polarizing world in which some seek to friendshore, which would negate decades of peaceful integration of economies. As the world changes, we see a rise in unilateralism and pushbacks on the global rule-based system. A new protectionism speaks in the language of measures to address climate change and the language of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. These developments taken together are disturbing permanently the old ways of doing things. Business as usual is no longer an option for the private sector, for governments, for the global trading system, for all of us. We must innovate and adapt to this new normal, an often volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and fractious world. These three shifts define the driver of and the context within which the new industrial revolution plays out. This new industrial revolution, sometimes called the fourth industrial revolution, requires different technologies and approaches, and a new way in which society responds and integrates the value and the power and the potential of these technologies. During this great transition, the new technologies are beginning to emerge but are by no means settled. We can expect many more innovations. But based on what we know, if the 20th century became known as the century of crude oil and nuclear energy, the 21st century may become known as the century of renewables and green hydrogen energy. I have spoken of the three big shifts in the world, and they take place while societies are facing the traditional challenges of poverty, of inequality, and of jobs for young people, and are still recovering from the effects of the biggest pandemic in 100 years. It's against this backdrop that I am pleased that this manufacturing forum has been convened to provide an opportunity for reflection, the sharing of ideas, and identifying partnerships and opportunities. BRICS members have a key role to play in harnessing both green industrialization, which is one of the themes for today's session, and digital industrialization to transform our economies, our societies, and the lives of citizens. We can do so through greater collaboration in areas of common interest. South Africa is ready to partner with all of the BRICS countries on the development of new energy vehicles, on the sharing of technologies, of raw materials, of capital and market experiences in a mutually beneficial partnership. Africa is poised to be a fast-growing continent in demographics, in economics, in innovation. A generation of young Africans are increasingly urbanized, networked, and skilled. And Africa's challenges are also Africa's enormous opportunities. Infrastructure investment in energy and transport, industrialization through promoting private sector participation and opening up markets, innovation through promoting green technologies and digitization, and finally, inclusivity through encouraging micro, small, and medium enterprises and job creation. We are on the African continent creating a continent-wide free trade area. It will cover 54 countries with more than 1.3 billion Africans, with a multi-trillion-dollar economy. Last night, President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the nation on South Africa's foreign policy and made reference to BRICS and South Africa. He said, and I quote, "Together the BRICS members, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, make up a quarter of the global economy. They account for a fifth of global trade and are home to more than 40% of the world's population. BRICS as a formation plays an important role in the world due to its economic power, its market potential, its political influence, and its development cooperation. Yet the value of BRICS extends beyond its sheer size. BRICS countries," he said, "can collectively shape global dynamics and acting together have the potential to drive significant changes in the world economy and international relations. Together, the BRICS members have used their collective voice to call for a world that is more equitable, balanced, and governed by an inclusive system of global governance." And that's the end of the quote. So taking that as the foundation, BRICS countries can partner with us as Africa charts a new direction, further breaking the bonds of colonialism and taking our economic future in our own hands. To unlock this potential, we encourage BRICS members to enter into partnership and joint ventures with us. I want to point to 3 initiatives: on investment, on the new technologies, and on green industrialization. These opportunities can each benefit from BRICS partnerships. The first is to boost increased investment by encouraging your companies to open manufacturing operations in South Africa and on the African continent. South Africa is the most industrialized economy on the continent and a gateway to the rest of Africa. We have a large manufacturing economy, making chemicals and cars and pharmaceuticals and steel and clothing and textiles and food and beverages and furniture and many other products. I invite you to take a walk in the course of the day through the product wing that you will see in Gallagher Estate. And I will talk about that in a moment. But there is scope for us to take each of these areas that I have spoken to and develop strong regional value chains that will harness the capacities of other African countries in an integrated supply chain. South Africa is playing its economic positioning within the context of African regional integration. The second is to work on incorporating the technologies of the new industrial revolution into the established industries and new industries. The new industrial revolution will have profoundly disruptive impacts on future employment and education. New innovation in skill supply and reskilling system for existing employees are necessary, as well as future competency requirements in support of increased youth employment to prepare them for a new manufacturing landscape. The old paradigm is dying. A new one is being born, and what it will be is unclear, but it will be powered by these new technologies in enormously profound ways. The base of South African universities and research institutions are open to partnerships with BRIC members to increase the rate of digital industrialization and expand data centers, fiber optic coverage, and other parts of the digital infrastructure needed to utilize these opportunities. South Africa is estimated to have half the data centers on the African continent, and we're building more. BRICS industry ministers met 2 weeks ago and adopted a range of measures to work closely together. These include work on a Center for Industrial Innovation and Excellence that we will do in collaboration with BRICS partners. The third area is to partner on the green economy. Of particular interest to us is to increase energy security through partnerships on green energy generation, green hydrogen, e-mobility, battery manufacturing and production of green components. These components in solar PV panels, in structures, in wind towers, among others, are already being produced in South Africa and need scaling up and new markets. South Africa is well positioned to direct access to critical minerals that we seek to transform into manufactured products here on the African continent. Companies are utilizing the green technologies in established industries. DeFi, a company, produced green fridges, and upstream producers are considering green steel plants. And we need to do so as manufacturers because the environmental impact of manufacturing and production sectors are very important. On one source, it accounts for more than 40% of global energy use and an estimated 1/5 of global carbon emissions. So the manufacturing sector faces distinct challenges, but also completely new opportunities to transition to sustainable and environmentally responsible production. While recognizing different national circumstances, the energy transition of each country is unique, yet we all need to contribute. We all need to secure access to clean, sustainable, affordable energy for our people. Diversification of energy sources is important, and we'll continue to pursue the efficient use of fossil fuels and increase the share of renewable energy in our economies, including through biofuels, solar, wind, green hydrogen, and hydro. Strong support for BRICS cooperation on the just energy transition is vital, and trade and industry ministers have agreed to measures in this regard. Yet while we pursue these, we need to oppose green protectionist tendencies in some advanced market economies, where access to markets are now unilaterally determined and depart from the Paris Agreement commitment to ensure that developing countries are supported and assisted in this important green transition. Now, I have mentioned these three shifts in a manufacturing forum. And I've mentioned it because we remain convinced that our country and continent's future requires deeper levels of industrialization and a strong culture of manufacturing. And so, today's proceedings will give us an opportunity for South African business people to share their experiences and to learn from the experiences of other BRICS members. I referred earlier to the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall, which is located in another part of this Gallagher estate, will provide delegates with a tiny glimpse of the capabilities of South Africa and neighboring countries. The exhibition has been organized into two halls, a knowledge hall and a product hall. The knowledge hall is about ideas. Ideas, dear friends, have inspired human beings and are the foundation and the infrastructure of great civilizations. Ideas arise from the forums we create. The discussions of early human beings around a fire, replaced today by a large physical conference of the type you see, and increasingly the digital platforms that we use to complement our conversations. And in that knowledge hall, you'll see business people in large numbers meeting with policymakers and engaging on a range of issues. Ideas matter. The product hall is about the output of economies. Production has sustained human life and are the superstructure of civilizations. Production has been a feature of human society for tens of thousands of years or more. Whether it started with the cultivation of grain or animal farming, or the first pottery and iron implements that were made. And so on the other wall, you'll see South African-made products. But you'll also see products from 20 other African countries. There will be products produced by small businesses, but you'll also see very large electromechanical structures. You'll see huge drones, you'll see vehicles that have been produced, buses, and you'll see underlying all of that a spirit of entrepreneurship that you as BRICS partners can tap into. I welcome the four main themes of the program today on sustainability, transformation, and investment cooperation, on building a resilient industrial value chain and regional manufacturing hub in South Africa, on funding mechanisms to support industrial value chains, enabling greener manufacturing, and on green industrialization and the circular economy. In conclusion, I'd like to extend a special word of appreciation to the BRICS Business Council, and particularly to the chairperson of the South African Manufacturing Working Group, and the members of that working group for your work in bringing together such an important forum for manufacturing. I'm also would like to appreciate a number of colleagues from the different BRICS countries and other African countries who are part of our discussion today. Some of you flew in this morning, and we decided to delay the start slightly to enable you to get to your hotel, but also to get here in time for us to benefit from your insights. I want to thank all of you, and I wish you a dynamic and fruitful discussion. And now I declare the forum officially open. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for those words, very clear and concise, and really set the tone for the course of the day. Particularly your thoughts around the 21st century being basically the green revolution are very important. And as you've mentioned already, Minister, that a lot of the discussions and the panels that will take place today will explore those ideas and unpack how energy and the energy revolution will unlock a lot of the country's potential, the BRICS member potential, as well as the value chains that will entrench from there. Up next, I would like to introduce the Vice Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister, to just come and also make some introductory remarks and open and in response to the Minister. That's Mr. P.S. Kumar. You're welcome, sir.
Commerce and Industry Minister Ebrahim Patel, Deputy Ministers, BRICS Business Council Organizers and Chairperson, dignitaries and distinguished delegates, a very good morning and greetings to you on this lovely morning in the beautiful city of Johannesburg. This is indeed my very first visit to the city, and I'm enthused by the vibrancy and the warm welcome which people have extended for last one day. I've been enjoying the hospitality. Thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure and honor for me to be part of the manufacturing working discussions forum today morning as part of the BRICS Business Council Forum. Manufacturing is a significant part of trade and industry and plays a pivotal role in growth of a nation. While its dominance in the economy continues, 21st century has witnessed significant shifts in the what we manufacture, how we manufacture, and for whom we manufacture. Technology has not only changed the process but also the product of manufacturing. Indeed, there are newer products catering to the evolving consumer wants more than need, I must say. Environmental challenges and sustainability concerns have also forced us to diversify products and process of manufacturing in the 21st century. Global value chains and supply chains, together with global markets shaped by a technological feat of unprecedented level, has indeed forced us to reimagine and redesign the manufacturing of the future. Another important development also we need to keep in mind is the shift of global trade balance towards the global south. Today, BRICS is the driving force of global growth. BRICS economies are catching up with combined GDP of the G7 countries and will continue to increasingly contribute to the global GDP. There is huge potential for increasing mutual trade and investments within the BRICS by leveraging the complementaries in our economies. It is all the more important that big economies to pursue sustainable development agenda, since we are home to more than 40% of the global population. It is important for countries to enhance participation in global value chain. As participation in the value chain increases by 10%, per capita income of the economy of the countries increased by almost 14%. India's recognition of the importance of enhancing the participation in global value chains is rooted in our commitment to fostering higher economic growth, securing prosperity for our citizens. By effectively integrating ourselves into these chains, we can tap into the global opportunities and position the country into its rightful place in the global stage. India aims to increase the contribution of manufacturing sector to its GDP from the current 15% level to 25% by 2030. For this, we have taken a number of initiatives designed to transform the disruption caused by COVID-19 pandemic into avenues of growth. These initiatives include the Atmanirbhar package for manufacturing and entrepreneurs, introduction of a production-linked initiative across 14 sectors designed to improve India's manufacturing capacities and augment trade and exports, enhanced investment in infrastructure through emphasis on capex through schemes such as National Infrastructure Pipeline (NIP) and National Monetization Plan. India has also developed first of its kind GIS-based PM Gati Shakti, a national master plan, which is a multimodal digital system to address critical infrastructure gaps and improve supply chains efficiencies. We have launched single window system designed to enhance ease of doing business through reduction in compliance burden and make the country an attractive investment destination. India is gradually progressing on the road to Industry 4.0 through initiatives like Make in India to nurture innovation, establish top-tier infrastructure, and position India as a center of manufacturing, design, and innovation. Actions aimed at bolstering domestic manufacturing also include public procurement mandates, introduction of phased manufacturing program, and implementation of quality control orders, to highlight a few. Today, India stands as the largest digitally interconnected democracy globally, boasting of in excess of 800 million internet users and a notable upsurge in online services. The era characterized by sequence of reform, perform, and transform is actively molding India's future growth strategy. African continent has also featured prominently in India's South-South cooperation. India has, since independence in 1947, facilitated exchange of knowledge, technology, and experiences to Africa. African countries have been the provider of natural resources of industrial revolution across the world. It is now the time that this advantage is leveraged for its own industrial development. What is needed is a policy push, right technology and expertise, and financial resources. India can be a valuable investment and technology partner in Africa's industrial development. India businesses are already playing a key role in Africa's development and not only providing local employment but also capacity building through in-house training programs for local staff and also engaging in corporate social responsibility work, contributing to social development. I am confident that greater business-to-business engagement between India and Africa will bring more investments from Indian companies across various sectors. Establishment of a manufacturing zones in key African locations can be an area of cooperation between India and Africa. As part of Make in Africa effort must be on to promote domestic value addition instead of exporting raw material and getting back finished products. Key sectors where India can collaborate with African businesses include pharma, medical devices, agri-parks, infrastructure, skilling, and green industrialization. On our commitment to fostering innovation, embracing technology, and creating a conducive environment for business growth underlines our determination to shape a prosperous future. By actively participating in global value chains, sharing our strengths, creating a synergy that drives innovation and prosperity. Together, let us shape the future where economic growth, global cooperation, and environmental consciousness thrive in harmony. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Vice Minister, thank you for those remarks. And it's really, really exciting to see some of the ambitious plans that India has, particularly around your vision around the role manufacturing can play, and as well as its contribution to GDP and as well as to exports as well. I think it's something definitely that we can take from and learn from. And again, the importance of a platform such as this. So right now at this point, so thank you, Minister. At this point now, what we are going to do is we are going to move now into our panel discussions. The first of which will be looking at building a resilient industrial base, value chain, and regional manufacturing hub in Southern Africa. I'm just going to quickly call up all our panelists who are going to join me here on stage, and then we'll hand over to them. So first of all will be our moderator, who is no stranger to this crowd, and that's Mr. Stavros Nicolaou from Aspen Pharmacare. And then, just beg your pardon. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. There's been a slight change to our program because of just some logistics that also are around the broader program. So what we are going to do now is there are 2 MOUs that will be signed today, and what we are going to do is move into that, quickly go through, we'll sign those MOUs, and then we'll move over to the panel discussions. So the first of which, if I would like to call on you, Minister, Minister Patel, as well as the Mr. Song Lee, who is with the China African Development. My apologies, there's a few moving parts. Okay, so what we're going to do is there's 2 MOUs, as I've mentioned. The first one that we'll sign is the one that is a very exciting one with the Industrial Development Corporation. And for that, for that first one, I would like to call on Mr. Konko, who is with the
Mabongotana wa europea.
All right. Congratulations to the organizations involved and the two countries. I think a lot of exciting developments can come from that, from this framework agreement, and we look forward to seeing what will come of it. I've just been handed here a note which is an important point that earlier on the Minister mentioned that we have the product hub as well as the knowledge hub, which are all halls that you were encouraged to please do pass through. Knowledge hub is in hall 3, and then the product hub is in hall 4. So hall 2, my apologies. So that will be across the road when you leave this room and exit the doors. It's in the main conference area there, that being product hub hall 2 and knowledge hub hall 3. If you are all encouraged to attend and do pass by. All right, so now I'll go back to where we were on the program, which will now go to the panel. As I mentioned, that this next panel will look at the theme of building resilient industrial value chains and regional manufacturing hub in South Africa. I'd like to call again on Dr. Stavros Nicolaou from Aspen Pharmacare, who will be the moderator of this particular panel. He will be then joined on this panel by Dr. Amani Asraf of Africa Business Council Egypt, Mr. Kunal Gupta, AMTZ India, Mr. Renal Mutlal from NACAM, which is the automotive component manufacturers, Mr. Gerard Victor from PG Bison, and Mr. Humphrey Ngungo from the Afrexim Bank. Please join us on stage for this panel discussion. Thank you.
Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, let me start off in the interest of time. I'm going to acknowledge all the excellencies, ministers, deputy ministers and assistant ministers, all the senior officials, distinguished business colleagues, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My role is that of a moderator, and we are starting a little on the back foot. We're trying to make up for time this morning, and we are going to be engaging on a very important topic that is highly thematic to the summit. The overall theme for the BRICS Summit, as you're all now aware of, is Africa and BRICS, enhanced economic collaboration, partnerships, inclusive multilateralism, and sustainable development. Those are all the thematics that are being covered here at this summit. And integral to this is, of course, the session that we are moving into. This is the session of building resilient industrial value chains and regional manufacturing hubs in South Africa and more broadly the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, recent disruptions of supply chains have compelled manufacturers and governments worldwide to diversify their production locations and their geographic footprints. Shocks that disturb and disrupt global production are growing more frequent, none more so than what we experienced during the COVID pandemic. And the most manifest example of that was how our continent, Africa, could not acquire basic medicine countermeasures and vaccines timeously, if at all. So that is a classic example of disruption of global supply chains and then not having own capacities to deal with security of supply issues. Africa is a continent that abounds with potential. It has a young, dynamic, and high-tech savvy population. It also has an abundance of critical materials needed for the production of high-tech products, green products, and regrettably, it is not converting these raw materials, minerals, into resilient value chains, both up and downstream value chains, and consequently is highly exposed when it comes to these disruption of supply chains. Building value chains in renewables and components, our minister spoke about green hydrogen earlier, remains a key priority for our country here, South Africa, but also for the continent. Value addition, instead of exporting raw materials, is becoming very much the conversation. However, how do we connect all of these dots? And we have with us an esteemed panel today that is going to assist us in connecting these dots. They are going to share their experiences from their particular sector or their particular country on how we should be looking to build these resilient value chains and boost our regional capacities and capabilities on our continent. Secure and resilient supply chains are essential for national and economic security, but also call for competitive industries. To unpack this further, and I'm going to tell you what we're aiming to achieve from this 1 hour long panel, we would like to walk away today having understood what are those practical actions that can deliver resilient value chains, and what are the opportunities for complementarity between Africa and the BRICS countries. You've heard on a number of occasions throughout the summit, and you will hear on an ongoing basis for the remainder of the summit, that BRICS represents 42% of the world's population, but significant markets that represent real scale. Africa is in the process of organizing itself, primarily through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, to establish these aggregated markets that will also present scale. So we would also like to hear how we work in a complementary and supplementary fashion to achieve these resilient value chains. So I'm going to manage the panel as follows. I'm going to ask each of our panelists for a 5 to 6 minute intervention, in which time I would like them to cover their experience in their sector and or country in building resilient supply chains. What are the short and long-term risk mitigation responses required to manage disruption in supply chain? What is their experience around industrial policy, what's worked and hasn't worked in their country in building these resilient supply chains? Can they provide an example that's worked for them in their country? And what role can small-scale producers play in ensuring supply chain resilience? That's what they'll be responding to, 5 or 6 minutes each. And then we will come back for a very short Q&A and a final wrap-up at the end on the way forward by each of the panelists. So I'm going to ask our esteemed colleague from Egypt, who was introduced to you earlier, She represents the Africa Business Council. Dr. Amani Asfur, we look forward to your intervention. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Minister Patel, my dear sister Pusi, Chair for the BRICS Business Council South Africa, Deputy Minister of India, Deputy Ministers, my brothers and sisters from across the BRICS and Africa. I'm so humbled here to be here with you because as the voice of the African private sector, which is really about how we partner together as Africa and BRICS for the resilient value chains. As you all know that the Africa Business Council established in line with the Heads of State Decision Summit of African Union to build the capacity of our private sector and to increase our intra-Africa trade. And also our mandate is how African private sector can really join efforts with the private sector of the BRICS. So our founding vision of Africa Business Council is a competitive, borderless, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. And just speaks for exactly what we are talking about the resilient supply chains. We have all seen with the shocks that happened with COVID, with the current crisis that's happening in the world, how the value chains are disrupted. So our strategy as Africa Business Council is based on a triad of empowerment based on 3 pillars. Private sector strengthening, including SMEs, women and youth. Policy advocacy with an enabling environment for the private sector to flourish. The 3rd pillar is about product development and value addition and the real manufacturing industrialization. So this really speaks about the short term and the long term for building a resilient supply chains. If we build capacity of our African private sector, we diversify our sources and we make sure that our small scale producers, as you have been asking, have the capacity really to manufacture. If we have investment in infrastructure and energy, if we have policies that are enabling for the private sector to thrive with reference to corporate taxes, with industrialization policies. And industrialization policies is really about how we have these incentives for the supplies, how we have really a mapping exercise of what's existing on the continent of the raw materials and health, how we have joint ventures and investment with reference to making product development, which is the manufacture of our African continent, natural resources. So natural resources in Africa, all of you have been a huge, but we export it as such. How our partnership now as Africa and BRICS, and this is the main theme of this seminar, this BRICS Business Forum, is to how we can have investment with our brothers and sisters from BRICS that for value addition of our products, how we have joint ventures, how we have access to the market, and how can we collaborate to see, according to our vision, a mapping exercise of the existing on the continent and then transform those raw materials. If we're talking about lithium batteries, we know that there is lithium across the whole, Zambia, in Zimbabwe, and how can we, as transfer of technology with our BRICS partners, how we can have joint ventures to make sure that we are really supplying the batteries for all the automotive vehicles which are needed. In 2030, there is 200 million vehicles that are needed for the world. How we are able to have this partnership, how we can have, with reference to innovation and science and technology, transfer of technology from our resident system BRICS in order to see how we empower our African private sector and make value addition for our raw materials. How do we all, as partners, come together and make sure that we realize our ACFTA. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area across our continent is our flagship program, which really see how 1.3 billion people on the continent are one single market. Together with 3.7 billion people of the BRICS, it's a huge, it makes 60% of the world population, South Africa being common with Africa and the BRICS. How can 60% of the world population really come together and invest in the natural resources of Africa based on a win-win situation. We need to have creation of jobs for our African people. We need to have transfer of technology and to make sure that I always tend to disagree with my African leaders when they say alleviation of poverty. I always say creation of wealth, because this is our role as private sector, how we create wealth under our Africa 2063 development agenda, which is a prosperous, peaceful, integrated Africa driven by the citizens of Africa. And as Minister Patel says, with green energy and green hydrogen that is invested in Africa. We have also the solar energy, the hydro energy, the thermal energy. We have huge potentials of 49% of renewable energy of the world that can be harnessed from Africa. So how are we going really to do these joint ventures to make sure that we have the real industrial policies that we are talking about for building a resilient value chains? We have seen that during the last crisis happening, Africa has now not sufficient food security. Although we are importing with $50 billion food, even now it's 80 billion food, and we have 65% of the arable land. How can this happen? So one of the really flagship programs of our continent is the CAPS, which is the Common Agro-Industrial Parks, that is really between FARA, between Africa Business Council, African Union, to see how we have our food security, build resilience of the agriculture and food supply. And this is an open opportunity for our sisters and brothers from the BRICS to see how can we join efforts for investment with the CAPS, which is this Common Agro-Industrial Parks, that it is already on the pipeline, and to see how we can diversify our sources and build our infrastructure, logistics, communication, and digitalization, because this is the digital era. And really it's about how we empower our African private sector within the digitalization era. So this opportunity is very important, coming together, putting the industrial policies, putting the product development, putting our own indigenous, I call them, and this is all the summary of everything, 10 Ins. Indigenous capacity building, information and communication, innovation and scientific research and technology, investment and access to finance, integration among ourselves, intergenerational dialogue, and involving the youth of our continent, which contributes 60% of our African population. Inclusivity, like Prime Minister Patel said, it's about real inclusion, and it's really about international markets and how we have infrastructure and energy. With those summary of what we can do together, is of huge importance to realize the Africa we want, a prosperous, peaceful, integrated Africa driven by the citizens of Africa. And we are the citizens of Africa, and what we really need, how to partner together to have a real Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Asfour, for all those comments and insights, and in particular the 10-point plan that you outlined. You also touched on policy, tax policy in particular, and a mapping exercise, which is a good segue to our next speaker, who is Mr. Kunal Gupta. And Mr. Gupta, very few countries, and in fact provinces and or states, have done it as effectively as your state, the Andhra Pradesh state in India. Please share with us your insights, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and what are the practical issues we should take out of building future hubs like the one you've built in AP for the medtech industry.
Fine. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would just give you a very quick background about AMTZ, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. It has emerged as one of the world's largest medical technology zones in the last 6 years. From nothing to one of the biggest contributors during COVID. About 1.1 out of 1.2 million RT-PCR kits were produced every single day from this zone. About 1,000 oxygen concentrators produced every single day from this zone, and about 250 ventilators produced from the zone every single day from the zone during COVID. And currently it houses about 137 manufacturing units. And how it manages disruption and diversity is a very unique story to the Indian set. You know, bringing, I'll just touch upon the practical, like you said, how have we diversified risk and how have we increased the private contribution is by creating multiple centers of excellence, which are not accessible to private companies in any random private cluster. So 18 centers of excellence in a very beautiful format combined by central and state, the federal structure that we have in India. And that gives diversity to how manufacturers operate in the zone. So by giving 18 centers of excellence, some of which include regulatory support in terms of defining and designing the standards which have to be harmonized across development of multiple equipments and devices. The second is providing an impetus of R&D, the research facility, which is given and provided to all the private players in the cluster, providing some centers of excellence on laser, providing something called superconducting magnets, providing warehousing support, providing skill development support, providing a support wherein warehousing, production, mold and machinery, and multiple other centers of excellence are created such that the private sector can use them, harness and grow. One of the basic examples I would like to touch upon is the fact that India was importing MRI machines. So technologies like superconducting magnets are now produced in AMTZ, which have enabled 3 very large international and domestic players to manufacture MRI machines within India. So to create a network of suppliers within the country, to create diversity of suppliers, nurture the suppliers. And how do you nurture the suppliers? Through digitization, to open and transparent data sharing, which is what has happened at AMTZ. Overall, we invite multiple companies with subsidies, with multiple level of benefits which can be provided together as a cluster, which has enabled the production which is far reaching to about more than 35 countries in terms of exports. Data sharing workshops which are very common across the big BRICS nation. AMTZ has been open to invite as well as participate in multiple workshops, data sharing, information sharing, trade exchanges with multiple BRICS countries overall over this period of the last 6 years. Touching upon what have been the risk and challenges. Risk and challenges, lie in terms of largely about the regulatory support, and to manage and mitigate that, India, in fact, world over, medical device technology has been a pretty new area. So to define a regulatory framework, you need to write the regulations and the set of standards, what typically enable what all has to go inside the product development that happens, what is the manufacturing regulatory support that has to be given to multiple manufacturers, and that has been provided from a regulation perspective. To manage the diversity and flow of raw materials, multiple diverse channels of raw materials, in fact, inter-exchanges between multiple ecosystems or multiple industrial clusters within India and outside India have been done, so that the output of one industrial hub is the input of another, and that's how the regional diversity has managed. Overall, India has been a pioneer in terms of how resilient supply chains and value chains have been built over the years. The story started from something called the Green Revolution, wherein India indigenized the ensuring the fact that the wheat and the rice and the milk production is done in-house. It started back in 1965, 1970s, to how India has integrated with a lot of Japanese manufacturers. Suzuki, being one of the first pioneers in the automotive industry, came in while the manufacturing was local through Maruti, and the technology was Suzuki, and so on and so forth. That's how India has led the way. And the future lies in the fact that India is leading multiple industries, collaborating with multiple BRICS partners as well, largely leading from the front from software technology, automotive, textiles, and multiple other areas. Pharma has definitely been where India has been a world leader, and leading the way in terms of defining and designing what standards have to be met, and how do we diversify both our supply chains and integrate multiple other industry value chains across multiple countries into creating one collaborative world.
Thanks very much. That's also extremely insightful, and our congratulations for what's been achieved. We really like the part about diversifying and nurturing with the appropriate benefits and regulatory support. I think there are immense lessons to be taken from that. Which allows me to move to our next panelist, who is from our very own automotive sector here in South Africa. Renai, the automotive sector is a particular sense of pride and joy for our country here in South Africa. We look forward to your insights, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and what can other sectors of the economy learn from you?
Thanks, Stavros. Greetings, Minister Patel, Deputy or Vice Minister Kumar, and all of the leaders of the various governments and business colleagues in the room. I think to just kind of build on where you closed it, Stavros, in terms of the diversification, maybe I will frame my comments under the wrapper of a single kind of concept, and then kind of touch on some of the opportunities and risk mitigants. And I'm going to start off by saying that I think the concept of deep localization and policies, industrial trade policies that have supported the growth of localization, especially deep down value chains, have probably been, I think, the biggest driving factor to, as you said, the auto sector in South Africa being one of our kind of success stories in an industrial context. When I say deep localization, that starts with a very strong policy coherence. In South Africa, we run something called the SA Autos Master Plan to 2035 under the leadership of Minister Patel's team, which has very clearly outlined a strong localization objective that we in the auto sector need to work towards and have all activities linked to that. When I say deep localization is important, it's probably in the context, practically as we're speaking, to move beyond just simply thinking about autos production in an assembly context. Obviously, the roles of OEMs are very important, but how do we unlock what happens below the OEM assembly space? And South Africa's progressively been able to do more of that. We spend a lot of time trying to develop lower tier manufacturing, what we call the tier 2 or tier 3 based material suppliers into the tier 1 multinational, typically component or subsystem assembly spaces, which eventually go into vehicle assemblies. I think to give a very good example of where that strong policy focus on the deep localization was a really good example as we came out of or were dealing with the COVID pandemic, and I think Stavros, you'll remember this. There was a very concerted effort to leverage South Africa's manufacturing base to assist in supplementary ventilator production as various parts of South Africa and across the continent were looking to support that medical device production. What we saw is auto component manufacturers very strongly responding to that call and being part of a national coordinated project that resulted in let's call it adapted ventilators based on existing technology, being able to supply it at greater levels across all kind of medical areas in need of that. Other examples here in the South African auto sector of where we are starting to look at cross-sector complementarity. My own organization is doing a lot of work with Transnet, which is a state-owned utility for of course, logistics in South Africa, and doing a lot of work to assist smaller, what we call black-owned industrialists or manufacturers, both in the autos and rail sector, increasing levels of competitiveness and to identify possible areas where we can kind of scale up and give greater volume to these lower or emerging SMME type organizations. Another really good example of cooperation in South Africa's auto sector, and I think we've also had the benefit of being a very structured, well-organized sector over a long period of time. I mean, autos manufacturing in South Africa has been happening pretty much for about a century and probably has an equally long history of strong coordinated state support. I think the work that we do around shop floor competitiveness improvement initiatives, productivity improvement, assisting as we move into the transition in terms of some of the digital spaces that Minister Patel was talking about. We run an initiative called the Auto Sector Automotive Supply Chain Competitiveness Initiative, which is a cooperation of private sector organizations like myself, the main labor movement in the auto sector being NUMSA, and of course the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. What we have seen in that particular space is Minister Patel was talking about a company called DeFi earlier. One of the ASCII beneficiaries that has received significant level of shop floor competitiveness improvement support has transitioned out of being just a lower tier auto supplier, now moving into supporting the white goods production environment, including I know some production going into DeFi. So I almost think there's some level of complementarity as we look at where we can use cross-sector examples where certain competencies already exist in one specific value chain. Stavros, you were talking about complementary opportunities, and I think it's been touched on a couple of times, but we should very strongly underscore where, as Minister Patel was saying, where manufacturing is transitioning into. If we look at some of the developments around, especially the new energy vehicle space and the value chains to support that, I think there's a really big opportunity for us, not only on the African continent, but across the kind of BRICS framework. A lot of work being done on how to support specific, what we've identified as NEV specific or electric vehicle specific componentry. And I think that's a story that can quickly unfold and unfold with benefits across the kind of manufacturing value chains. The strength of raw materials and how to beneficiate that in auto-specific environments really important, and I think there's a large amount of opportunity there. I was listening to my colleague from Egypt earlier on, and often, and I know those of us in the auto space, often when we think about who do we use to unlock greater opportunities, it's always targeted at the OEM space. And like I said earlier, the OEMs are typically the drivers of the value chain. But I remember an announcement I saw last week of a really, really large, I think 10,000 job announcement of a wire harness plant in Egypt to, I think it was about 10,000 jobs, yeah. Wire harness plant in Egypt to support electric vehicle production globally, including export markets. Interestingly enough, that's also a sector that has strong roots here in South Africa and in our neighboring SACU context. So when we talk about regional industrialization, when we think about that particular subcategory, where is it in terms of R&D development that maybe we can start driving big global tier one capacity in those kind of sub-segments. So I think I'm going to wrap up my comments there. I think there's a lot of, I suppose, conversation that come after that, but thanks for the opportunity.
Rene, thanks very much for those insights. As I said, the automotive sector is a particular sector of pride for us here as South Africans. You raised the competitiveness initiative. I think a lot to learn, that other sectors can learn from that. Cross competitiveness, another critical component to unpack. Excuse the pun on component, but it is another important element that many other sectors can learn from. Now that provides a very good segue again for us to look at a very different type of sector, and I'm going to invite our colleague Gerard Victor from PG Bison to share his insights and his experiences on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and an absolute privilege to address you this morning. And yes, it is a very interesting subject and an industry that I'm talking about, and it becomes more and more apparent under the youngsters, younger generations. You know, people aspire to have beautiful cars. And we must not underestimate the aspiration to have beautiful houses and the content in that houses. So what I'm talking about, I'm from PG Bison, and we are a sustainable producer of engineered wood, which is alternative to solid timber. Now that is something that is used in large volumes due to housing upgrades, new build, and mostly also just people to aspire to have something specifically designed for yourself. And I will touch on SMMEs and how big a role that became in our lives as a large producer, not only in South Africa, but in Africa, and we're expanding on that. And we've learned that we must not underestimate the aspiration of people living in townships to also have beautiful spaces around them. Because if we just think back this morning when you woke up, and you wake up in a beautiful space, you walk into a beautiful kitchen, and you switch on your kettle for coffee, that aroma around you put you into a much better frame of mind to start your day. And that is what we learned in supply chains. It's not only about the challenges that you as a manufacturer having in what we experienced after COVID, that you run out of capacity, you need to make quick plans, and you don't have enough raws and materials, all that. Is to find that balance, because you're going to have to deal with these ups and downs. And as a business, you must be ready for those unforeseen curveballs that will come your way. And it's how do you learn from that and generate insight into the future to put you in a better space. Because you'll never get it 100% right, I think, personally. But you can definitely align yourself to a better future if things come to you. And that's how do you unlock those challenges and opportunities. So we as a company, we've learned from this supply chain disruptions, and we are investing more and more in capacity for the local demand for our own country. But in that same time, we built very strong partnerships, and this is something that I want to put out today, is those partnerships that we built with not only SADC countries, but abroad, where we manufacture bulk raw material and convert it into a first stage raw material to be converted into furniture, kitchens, and your storage solutions in your house. And this is a big opportunity even for us, not only as PG Bison, but as a country. We're doing large investments, one of them that's coming online next year in Mpumalanga province, which is going to depend on a big export capacity that we need to put out into various countries. And there's such beautiful examples that we have built now over 60 years, built manufacturing, that is successful. We are the primary producer of a raw that gets converted, but the value add happens in those countries where the people take our raw material and convert it and then add value to it and install it. So with that said, I think a lot has been learned. I think a lot has been learned in our own country to look for the opportunities, but also to look for these areas where we can develop partnerships going into the future within BRICS. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity, once again, that we can talk about these subjects.
Gerard, thanks very much for your insights as well. A strong focus on partnerships and, of course, where the value add should take place. And again, our continent is abound with opportunity, but we need to start realizing the value added manufacturing at the site of consumption. Which brings me to our final speaker, who is the only banker on the panel. And usually the bankers speak first, but on this occasion we've reversed the sequencing. Humphrey, Afreximbank has been involved on the continent in many, many different facets. I'd like to get your insights on this particular topic, given the role that the bank played during the pandemic, in particular with acquiring medical countermeasures and vaccines at the time. Over to you, Humphrey.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Stavros, and to the organizers. Thanks for giving Afreximbank the opportunity to highlight the support we are providing to the continent, both on industrialization and also on other matters. I believe we've all heard the saying that Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. Again, we have heard the saying that intra-Africa share of total African trade is just about 16%. Now, we are all excited about the prospects of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and indeed, it is a landmark achievement by Africans, and it is an opportunity for the BRICS member countries to begin to trade with the larger Africa as a unit, rather than just South Africa being an African country. But those two facts are linked. The fact that we do not produce and the fact that we do not trade with each other. They are linked. And the missing link there is the fact that Africa needs to industrialize. Without industrializing, it is difficult to achieve the noble objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Think about it. If a cocoa producer in the Côte d'Ivoire needs to export cocoa to Ghana, what would the Ghanaian buyer do with it if there's no chocolate manufacturing industry in Ghana? If a miner in Zambia mining cobalt needs to export that to South Africa, what would they do with it here? So the need for industrialization is very critical, and that's where manufacturing comes in. So what does Afreximbank do in support of that? What have we come up with? The first thing is that we recognize the weaknesses. Africa does not have the requisite infrastructure required to produce competitively. So we have come up with certain initiatives under what we call CPT, which is catalyze industrialization, encourage production, which is P, and T is trade. How do we catalyze industrialization? Again, we have heard about the Africa infrastructure paradox. You know, in forums, different fora like this, we hear the private sector complaining that they are not able to access capital. We hear the lenders complain that they do not find the right kinds of projects. Every time, you know, that debate takes place. Why is that? Africa is ripe with huge potentials, like we've all heard. Minerals, metals, agriculture. Yet, we have trade deficit with industrialized countries. Why is that? So what we do is we are adopting a total approach, an end-to-end kind of solution. The first part of that being to ensure that projects that come to market are bankable. The reason why projects are not able to access capital is because most are not properly packaged. Now, we've heard that 80% of projects die at feasibility stage. An additional 10 die at structuring stage. Just about 10% of projects that start the journey make it to bankability. So through what we call the project preparation facility, we are able to support promoters, support sponsors to finance early stage requirements, feasibility studies, business plans, environmental, technical, etc., etc. At that stage, they are now able to take the project to bankability. And we do not stop there. Any project that we finance, provide PPF for, we provide the financing required at that stage. And that financing can be either equity through what we call Fund for Export Development in Africa, which is a fully owned subsidiary of Afreximbank that invests catalytic equity to enable projects to move forward. Or debt, your usual project finance, structured finance, and all sorts, to ensure that the project is financed. So far, the bank has invested over $1.5 billion in supporting manufacturing companies, about $700 million for supporting what we call special economic zones, which, as you know, is an ecosystem that enables co-location of infrastructure. So instead of each manufacturer producing their own infrastructure or establishing their own infrastructure for production, they are co-located within an economic zone. So Afreximbank has facilitated that. We have done it in different countries, working with our colleagues from Arise and African Finance Corporation to establish special economic zones in Togo, which is agro-processing, in Gabon, which is for timber, and in Benin Republic. In the Southern Africa region, we have about 4 different economic zones that we are speaking on today. In Malawi, 2 of them, in Botswana, 2, and we need to come to South Africa. So the idea is to co-locate infrastructure and therefore enable manufacturers to leapfrog that infrastructure deficit. We do not stop there. So that is hard infrastructure. There is also soft infrastructure, because for Africa to trade with itself, we need to be able to trust the products that are being produced in other countries. Default position is if you want to import, you to Europe and other OECD countries because you trust the quality. But if it's coming from Malawi or from Madagascar, you really don't know. So we are also investing in soft infrastructure through what we call Africa Quality Assurance Centers. We have fully established it, the first one in Nigeria. We are going to establish that in the different regions of the continent and ultimately integrate that with the African Standards Organization to have a Pan-African label that if a product is produced in any factory on the continent that has that Pan-African standard stamp on it, that can be accepted anywhere. And these are international standards. So now, what role does SMEs play in this whole chain? They provide feedstock. Of course, 2/3 of the economies of Africa, is dominated by small-scale enterprises. Without that, the manufacturers wouldn't be able to produce. So we support them through what we call our SME program. SME program is not just to provide funding, it is to incubate so that companies are not perpetually classified as SMEs. They should aspire to evolve into large corporates. And that is what we do. We incubate, we twin them, we provide the requisite financing they require to move. So, Stavros, I wanted to touch on what we are doing in the area of industrial, but of course, the issue of the vaccine that you mentioned, again, that is to underscore the need for partnership, like you were saying. Partnership is very important. At the advent of the COVID-19, Africa did not have the capacity to be in front of the queue in terms of acquiring vaccines. But through the Africa Vaccine Initiative, working with Africa CDC and other like-minded institutions, we were able as an institution to collect on a whole of Africa basis the demand for Africans' vaccine. So instead of Eswatini going to negotiate with Johnson & Johnson for 200,000 doses because it's a small country, suddenly they're able to negotiate as part of a bloc. And we then engaged Johnson & Johnson and negotiated a $400 million for the whole of African countries. We are then able to go to the front of the queue. It enabled the small countries to be able to buy the vaccine. We provided the initial guarantees required for that to happen. So that is the way we play our role. We see ourselves as engines of development on the continent, and we do not limit ourselves to trade and trade-enabling infrastructure, which our mandate established us for. Thank you so much.
Humphrey, thanks very much for those additional value-added insights. The CPT program is certainly one of wide appeal, I believe. And part of today is understanding and learning from each other's best practices. And I think the CPT program, I've had some exposure to it, is certainly worth investing some time in and understanding it better. Your comments around we don't produce and we don't trade, also extremely relevant, because we can set up all these value chains, but if we still don't fix the trade, intra and extra the continent, then we're not really going to achieve much. So those were all very, very valuable comments. We said we would take a round of Q&A. We are running slightly short on time, so I'm going to allow about 7 or 8 minutes of Q&A. And I'm going to ask Dr. Nikes Ndembe to make a very short intervention from the floor, because Humphrey spoke about the vaccine inequities that took place on the continent. And that's a very good example of a value chain that needs to be built on the continent. So if we could just have a roving mic, please. Dr. Nikes is sitting right in front here. Well, otherwise I'm going to ask him to come up. Okay, and once Dr. Nikes has spoken, I'm going to open up for 2 questions, and then we'll wrap up after that. Thank you. Dr. Nikes, the floor is yours.
No, thanks so much, Stavros, for the invitation. So first, let me start by acknowledging the ministers in the room and also Minister Patel, and thanks, Stavros, for inviting us. So I think the most important message that I would like to pass on here from the Africa CDC, and again, thanks to Afreximbank, who are a really major contributor. They put in $2 billion during COVID-19 to acquire the vaccines. Very important. We need to acknowledge that. I'm going to start with a statement. When we're in a crisis, Africa is left alone. And it's very important to point out these facts. COVID-19 is an example. Mpox is an example. Cholera even now is still an example. I like much the comment from Egypt around tech transfer from the BRICS. If you look at it, all these countries are vaccine manufacturing and very advanced in vaccine manufacturing. Currently, we produce only 1% of all vaccines administered on the continent. For diagnostic, 0 diagnostic tests manufactured on the continent. For therapeutics, we import 80% of those drugs. It's unacceptable for health security. So I think it's important, as part of that, or strengthening the ecosystem, and again, that's where the topic is very important, around the value chain. We've actually established what we call the Partnerships for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing, where Afreximbank is actually supporting the financing ball program. There are about 8 enablers to be able to get where we want for manufacturing. For example, by 2060, we aim at least 2040 to manufacture 60% of the vaccines. I mean, moving from 1% to 60%. This is not easy. It's an Herculean task. But we think we have the key enablers that would require us to get there. Financing is one of those ones. Strengthening the regulatory system is one of those. The market, you all mentioned it. We are 1.4 billion people on this continent. We can leverage on that. And in fact, the head of state in May 2022 made it very clear. The aggregated pool procurement from Harvard that you mentioned, the African Medical Supply Platform, we need to be sure we fully operationalize them. So I think I'm going to leave there by saying it's important that we really start building those local initiatives. We've seen the export bans. Even there was willingness from wherever from the world, we couldn't import some of these commodities, the basics, to Africa. So we need to localize. I like the word of deep localization. It's very important. I think we moved from 2 or 3 with Aspen leading to now 30 projects on the continent. But the African really support is going to be very important there, the African development, but how do we make them bankable? There are 30 projects. There may be 10 that are really viable, but the rest we still have to provide some support. I come in with really welcoming remarks from the DG of the Africa CDC, who was unable to be here today, but definitely going to join the rest of the BRICS Business Council meeting. Thanks so much, Stavros, for inviting us.
Dr. Nikes, thanks for that impassioned summary, I think, of where we stand in many respects as a continent, de-aggregated, with little capacity, but I think a willing partner in BRICS to look at technology collaborations, partnerships, transfers, and the likes thereof. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have around 10 minutes left, and I'm still going to go around the panel for a 30-second summary from each. So we can take 2 questions. I have 1 online question, but let me open up to the floor in the room first. Are there any questions, observations, or comments? And we have 1 at the back end of the room there. If you can just, when you speak, identify who you are and your sector, please. And then ask your question succinctly, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Tembinkosi Kumalo. My name is Tembinkosi Kumalo, and I'm in the food sector. I just have two things that I wanted to bring up. Our lady from Egypt spoke about lithium and being available in Zimbabwe and Zambia. And there's no dispute that we have so much resources in Africa. What is BRICS doing to bring technology closer to our borders for us to be able to manufacture our own lithium batteries? And then the second, it's more like of a comment. I think from all the speakers, we keep on speaking about free intra-Africa trade. But we have an issue that we don't have free movement within our own borders. What is being done that as Africans we can talk to each other and we are able to move freely so that we can trade with each other? There was a comment that we consume what we don't manufacture, we manufacture what we don't consume. And it is simply because we cannot move freely within our borders. Instead, the laws of the visas and everything is getting tougher and tougher. What is being done to help us to be able to move freely? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for those 2 questions. We're going to take the next one as well. I think, Lesecha, you've got your hand up, right? Okay. Lesecha, you're up next. This will be the final question, and then we've got one from an online participant that I will pose to the panel. Lesecha, over to you.
Thank you very much, leadership. As a way of introduction, I'm Lesecha Moroba. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Manufacturing Working Group for BRICS South Africa. I wish to pose to the panel a proposal that they can either accept or decline. And that proposal is, how can our countries look at sharing the intellectual property registers so that there's a level of clarity around what expertise we've already made? I would put it forward that NIPMO, CIPC, and potentially even Arms Corps R&D department would be happy to engage on this level. This is not a commercial request up front. This is an engagement to be able to see what is in our arsenal, our toolkit of capability. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Those are all the questions we'll take. We've got one online, Humphrey, directed at you. I'll come to that at the end. Let me ask, firstly, Dr. Asfer, can you take the question on lithium and making BRICS technologies available?
Hello? Yeah.
Yep.
So thank you very much. I just want to respond. Of course, in Zambia, Zimbabwe, DRC, and many of our African continent, we have a lot of minerals that we really want to see how we invest. That's why we said that our partnership with BRICS is depending on transfer of technology, also investment, because under ACFTA, investment and industrialization on the continent will be huge opportunity for the BRICS to invest, and then they can export around the continent and in the international market. I would also like to respond to my brother with reference to the pharmaceuticals and the vaccines, because this is actually origin in, for instance, in Egypt, there is 165 pharmaceutical industries, there is 400 medical consumer supplies, but what we are tending to do now is how we build the capacity of all our African continent, referring to that. And my brother, Dr. Nikali, who talked now, I tell you that we need to invest also in research and development of the continent, because this is our way of industrialization. And this is, there is three decision summits actually that I have lobbied with the heads of states when I was chair of Science and Technology Cluster of African Union ECOSOC. The establishment of CDC is my initiative. The African Council of Science and Technology, which my vision was to put the academia, the scientists, the private sector, for industrialization on the continent. And the third was that at least 1% of GDP of African should be geared towards research and technology. And that's why when I said BRICS with reference to transfer of technology, it's a huge. And in the last African Union Summit in Kenya, we had our African Union Private Sector Forum, where we had this decision of establishing 3 funds. The first fund is Innovate Africa for startups and youth and SMEs. The second fund was for medical technology, and I am happy my brother here is talking about the medical technology. So this is another opportunity for BRICS to see how can they really invest with us in these funds to realize what we really need for industrialization of our African continent and for the real collaboration with BRICS. I thank you, my brother, Mr. Kala, very much for this very important manufacturing forum, because we believe that without industrialization, there is no way to realize our Africa 2063 development agenda. So thank you for this, and for us as Africa Business Council, we'll be happy to partner with all of you as BRICS private sector and my sister with BRICS Business Council to see how we really leverage our capabilities with 1.3 billion people and 3.7 billion people, 60% of the world population. If we come together, we really achieve the great industrialization of the continent. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, we had 2 further questions. One on the free movement across borders, and the other on an IP register sharing initiative. I'm not sure that any of these panelists can respond to that. I think it's something we can... Do you want to have a stab at it? Share your Indian experience with us.
I can just talk about technology transfers of current times, in a very brief, quick second. Sharing of technology as well as, R&D is possible from different industrial parks and different industrial zones. As governments, any of the BRIC countries would have limited bandwidth to share and create tech transfer registers of any kind. That would require a more involved approach wherein there is more trade delegation, more trade facilitation. The standards and certifications are common across the BRICS countries, which is where a lot of initiatives have been taken. Currently, we find difficulties in exporting stuff to Europe. Europe has different standards. US has a different standard. So as BRICS countries and involving such a huge population altogether, those are initiatives like the lady mentioned, that homogeneousness of certifications will allow more transfer of technology and a larger involvement between multiple industrial parks in between each other, more trade delegations to move around, more workshops and more of these kind of knowledge sharing seminars, specifically industry focused, wherein the case studies can be discussed out in the open. On behalf of AMTZ, what I can do is I can easily invite any of you who wants to have an access to technology, do rapid prototyping, and take away whatever you have to take away. There can be only business partnerships which are easily accessible to everybody, and there is no restriction about who can come and who can't come.
Thanks very much. I think we will take you up on that offer. And part of, okay, Humphrey, I'm going to come back to you in a moment. Part of what we want to get out of the summit, and today in particular, is this should be the start of something, not the end. So I'm quite certain that the manufacturing working group will put some type of a report together with these suggestions that gets carried over to the work of the council for the next 12 months. So I think there's no intention that this is a dead stop and we go away and never talk about these things again. We wanted to get out of today what is best practice, what works, what doesn't work, and then we need to start applying that within BRICS and also in the broader AU context. So with that, Humphrey, give us your words of wisdom on that, and then I'm going to pose the final question to you, and then we're going to wrap up.
No, thank you. I wanted to assure the deputy chair of the manufacturing manufacturing council, that is, that intellectual property rights is one of the protocols currently being negotiated by the AFCFTA. So we understand that that is a very critical part of the whole equation if we are to leapfrog technology. So we have to be able to have the ability to register and protect our rights. So that is currently being negotiated. So I want to just assure him that we'll get to a stage where he will be aware of what has been agreed amongst members of the AFCFTA. Now, in terms of the free movement, and I would agree more, I think it's important for Africa to begin to seriously consider the possibility of free movement of people within the continent. Of course, as you know, today, the regional economic communities of the different regions have that in place, and there is free movement of people amongst the sub-regional level, at the sub-regional level. But we need to take it to the continental level. I'm aware that the African Union is seriously considering that, and a few countries themselves have taken the initiative to allow Africans to come into their countries visa-free. So again, I think it's a journey. I'm confident that at some point we'll get there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Humphrey.
Hello. Can I just add to this free movement? We are already lobbying with to have business visa for the first really step towards moving us as business people, and I think this is really developing. So this will be our first phase for free movement for us as private sector across the continent.
Yeah, the business visa is a very good system and has worked elsewhere in the world, incidentally. Okay. Humphrey, the last question to you is, can you comment on the bank's project preparation funding, and has it been suspended in some instances? Can you clarify that? And the question comes from, it's from Mr. Dube, who is CEO at Kili Energy.
No, the project preparation facility has not been suspended. I have to be very clear on that. And in fact, we found that it's been very, very useful in catalyzing projects. Since we started it about 2 or 3 years ago, we've been able to use that to catalyze projects of up to $6 billion on the continent. So it's a very relevant product, we think, especially to help to de-risk, early stage funding. So if Mr. Dube would want to have further discussion with me, I'll be happy to pick up on that after this panel. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. He's online, but I will share his note with you. Wonderful. Okay, colleagues, we've reached the end. I'm going to ask each panelist in 30 seconds to share one important statement that they feel will take this initiative of building resilient value chains on the African continent and regional manufacturing capabilities. Just one comment, what you think will add further momentum and take us forward. Okay, Doctor, I'm going to start with you, Dr. Asfour, first.
So thank you very much. As I mentioned, Africa Business Council is really ready to support and to integrate with all our BRICS partners. Under Africa Business Council, we have 20 clusters that speak for all the industrialization about investment, trade, energy, agriculture, agribusiness, fashion industry, all the really 20 clusters that we can really explore with the chair of the manufacturing group, how we can do it together and how we really collaborate. And we'll be happy to see also to investigate how we can have collaboration with reference to the funds that we are doing under Africa Business Council for the Innovate Africa and the medical technology. And I believe the real word is really about integration, collaboration, and commitment for our Africa's continent and with our partnership. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Now, I would love to extend an invitation to anybody who's heading a business forum, anybody who wants to bring a business delegation to AMTZ, anybody who wants to come and collaborate with multiple private manufacturing players in India. At the same time, I would also like to touch upon how regional diversity and manufacturing can bring about in Africa is using a lot of private collaborations, like you spoke about bankable projects. I think there are multiple investors as well as multiple companies at multiple stages of development who would love to partner to create larger, supply chains, larger markets, getting an access to Africa. Should there be an open access to the African market, sharing technology as well. And I'll just leave my last comment. Anybody who wants to bring in a business delegation or wants to come, please contact. I'll be very happy and we'll be very happy to host them.
Thanks very much. It's a very kind offer. And I'm sure Mr. Kala and his team will put that offer into motion.
Yeah, Stavros, for me, I think institutionalization is going to be key, and I'd like to think that the BRICS Business Council gets the institutional support and mandate to pick up some of these conversations. If I think about what we've been talking around, where we could particularly identify sub-value chains, where there's capability. We were having a discussion on IP earlier. Where there's the capability to identify leading companies sitting in those sub-value chains across the different kind of regional structures that we're talking about. I'd like to see institutionalization of this structure, putting in place an agenda or program of activity that can unlock a particular project in those sub-value chains, that by the next time we're having this discussion, we're talking about it as a case study as opposed to an opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks. Case study, very powerful words. Thanks very much, Rene, for that. Gerard, over to you.
Thanks, Stavros. I think for me the takeout today is one thing that we can look at in the future. I mean, if you look at the housing inequality, not only in South Africa, but in Africa is massive. And I'm not sure if we really give enough attention to that. But in saying that, South Africa has the largest manufacturers of sustainable alternative to solid timber that you use in every household. And I really hope to see out of this, we can see more countries that will look at the import data of case goods into those countries and start to localize that. Get that manufacturing capabilities to convert product in those own countries and to find solutions for the people of those countries. I think there's massive job opportunities out there.
Right, thanks. A very strong localization message. Thanks for that. Humphrey, I said the bankers normally have the first word, but I'm going to let you have the last word.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. So for us as the Afrexim Bank, I think for me the closing message will be targeted at, on one hand, the members of the BRICS delegation here talking about the Brazil, Russia, India, and China. On the other hand, to the African investors and business people in the room. On the first set, I think it's important to understand that the BRICS, in that sense, is at the current time in partnership with the Afrexim Bank. All your export, import banks and development agencies are shareholders of the bank. And we are actively working with them as a result in doing business amongst our different countries. So if you have interest, to do business in South Africa, in Africa, as it were, we are your partners. We are able to provide not just co-financing opportunities, but also obviously guarantees in certain instances, because you are coming into a market that you're not very familiar with. So you may have to offlay some of the risks, so which we do. We provide guarantee instruments and credit wraps to enable you to do business in countries that you don't know. It's a huge opportunity for them. Suddenly, through one particular country, you have access to 1.3 billion people, a market of 54 countries. So I think it's something that you need to consider very seriously. And obviously, to the business people on the African side, I think we need to be a bit bolder. Oftentimes we receive requests for financing by manufacturers and industrial companies using technologies that are like archaic. And the reason is because they feel it's cheaper. It's a cheaper form of, doing business. I think you need to think about current time and obviously the next level. You must leapfrog technology. You need to work with partners from elsewhere to leapfrog technology in order to have the right kinds of equipment that you need to compete in today's world. And Afrexim Bank will be there to support you as well. Thank you so much.
Humphrey, thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end. It's been a very productive and constructive panel, I feel. Nizam, many suggestions have come out of this. Some good practice that we can learn from. And I think above all, a very strong message around this is Africa's time to collaborate with BRICS in realizing value-added manufacture on the continent and resilient value chains, both up and downstream. That's a very clear message that came across today. So, Nizam, you have your work cut out, you and that particular working group. And let me just thank all the panelists. You've given us very good insights, shared your experiences very willingly, very kind offer from India, from the province of AP. I'm sure many will take up that offer. But you've been a wonderful panel, and may I thank you, and may I in particular thank the audience for participating, for your questions, and for moving this discussion, which is so critical for moving it forward. Thanks very much, and we look forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stavros, and to the panelists that just participated. That was a really good session, and we appreciate your thoughts and inputs. I think, and the idea also of partnerships also came out very strongly as a very important area, particularly partnerships around where value takes place as a mechanism for strengthening your industrial value chains. So what we are going to do now, and I was going to make the reminder to to all the participants in this forum that please do take the opportunity to, if you need a comfort break or grab a coffee. We are running behind time, so we will then just carry on with the next panel, which will look at financing. So this time around, it's an all banker panel. And the theme of that of this particular panel will be funding mechanisms to support industrial value chains and enabling a greener manufacturing. Again, talking to that green conversation that was highlighted by the minister. What I will ask, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that as we do take our break, if we can try to do it with as little disruption as possible, just so that we can facilitate the next panel, please. All right. So next on our panel will be facilitated by the moderator on our next panel is Mr. Leslie Marsdorp, who represents the New Development Bank. He will be the moderator for this next conversation. As I've said, it's an all banker conversation. Excuse me. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. If it looks like it was a bit ambitious to not have factored in that break because it looks like most people needed it. But in the interest of time, if I can now ask most of you to start making your way to your chairs, we would like to go on to the next panel. As I said, the next panel is an all-banker panel where we'll be looking at the theme of funding mechanisms to support industrial value chains and enable a greener economy. Our moderator for this session is none other than Leslie Marsdorp, who is with the New Development Bank. You're welcome, sir. And we have Ruel Andrews from the Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Mark Goliath from the Industrial Development Corporation. We also have Ms. Zama Kanyile, who is with the National Empowerment Fund, and Rupesh Sharma of the Exim Bank of India. You are all welcome. And again, we'll just ask if those who are still getting their coffee, if you may settle so that we can go ahead with this panel with as little disruption as possible, please.
I'll cut it down. Thanks, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could just ask those of you who are still standing, having coffee, to maybe just find a seat so that we can proceed. As was mentioned by the program director, what we will do now is shine a bit more of a brighter spotlight on the financing mechanisms, and we have a distinguished panel who will assist us in dissecting this in more detail. Minister Patel this morning set the scene by outlining the need for a total reset in the financial sector to take into account the green transition, and that is indeed what is underway, where most financial institutions are looking at their toolkit, they're looking at their financing mechanisms to see how they can make it more appropriate to respond to the increasing need for financing, especially in the green and transition finance space. As multilateral development banks, we are doing the same, and we specifically want to enhance our collaboration with the national development finance institutions, many of them who are represented here today. So I'd like to kick off the discussion today by looking at what works currently, what has been implemented by some of these institutions, before we look at what new financial instruments might be required in the way forward. So one of the first questions that I'd like to pose, and I'll start with Ruel from the African Finance Corporation, and I'll pose the same question to the other institutions, will be what funding instruments does your DFI currently provide to support green manufacturing? And then we will pick it up from there. I'll start with you, Ruel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Africa Finance Corporation Africa Finance Corporation was established in 2007. We're a $10 billion company. It was established to actually solve and accelerate Africa's transformation. What we have experienced is that slow ability of transactions of projects to get from the feasibility stage all the way to the investment stage. So we have actually established to accelerate that transformation process. One of our key elements of funding is the project development, which we have been doing since 2007, whereby we partner with sponsors who have projects and ideas, and we also develop our own projects that we actually fund with our project development equity fund. We take those projects from the early stage, the idea stage, and we bring them to the bankability stage, where we attract other investors that come in, that join us in funding the project. Another thing we do with our financing is that because we provide the full arsenal of funding solutions from project development to equity, to debt, to working capital facilities. When an idea comes to us, we look at the most optimal financing solution for that idea, and in order to be able to implement it. And because we can play across the financial, across the capital structure, we find ourselves being able to play at the early stage and at the and at the mature stage as well, across all of our investments. So basically, we also look at, and especially when you talk about the industrial transformation, we also look at projects whereby it's at a stage whereby the concept is very early. Sometimes other investors or other are not necessarily able to envision the end game, and we build that strategy by actually putting in development funding and putting in the necessary equity funding at the early stage in order to be able to enable the reality of those visions to be seen and basically crowd in additional investments to come in.
Thank you very much for that overview, Arul. We'll come to some concrete examples a little bit later. I'd like to now ask Zama Kanyile from the National Empowerment Fund here in South Africa to also give us a reflection on any specific or particular financing instruments that the NEF has put in place to facilitate the green manufacturing.
Thank you, and I believe it's still good morning to you all. I'd like to stand on the protocol that has already been established. So I work for the National Empowerment Fund, and I think it's important because we do have foreign guests here to locate exactly where the National Empowerment Fund is placed within the broader funding landscape in South Africa. So we are one of the development funding institutions that has the sole mandate to grow broad-based Black economic empowerment. So the funding that we do speaks to economic development, but also speaks to redressing some of the issues left behind with our past of racial exclusion and racial segregation and financial exclusion. So I think it's important to highlight that. We also fund across the capital stack for green manufacturing projects. We participate in early stage project development, and this is our venture capital leg, and we find that this is critical, especially when new technologies still need to be explored. So we will provide the the funding for pre-feasibility and bankable feasibility studies, and we participate as an equity partner there. But perhaps to highlight that because of our mandate, the equity participation that we hold is for the benefit of other Black groupings in the future. So we are more of a warehousing role, but also ensuring that once these projects reach implementation stage and maturity and are fully fledged large-scale businesses, that the premium to buy into these projects has been done away with by securing a Black equity stake upfront. And so what we push for speaks to, I guess, what now everybody's talking about under ESG, and we are making sure that from an inclusion perspective, we are financing the unfundable and not leaving people out by virtue of race, gender, or age. We will provide venture capital loans, asset finance and term loans, working capital facilities, and any other types of instruments to achieve the objectives. But I think what I wanted to highlight is the importance of blended funding arrangements, especially when you talk about funding the SME sector, which is such a critical part of any economy, more so in SA, where that is the engine for job creation and a critical support base for some of government's initiatives to alleviate our issues around high unemployment. So we work with other institutions in blending or achieving blended finance. We tap into the Black industrialist scheme that the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has put in place. And any other critical infrastructure or manufacturing incentives that are at play. And more recently, we've launched what we call, or we've been part of the launch of the Energy One-Stop Shop under the DTIC that speaks to providing alternate energy funding solutions. And we are making sure that SMEs are part of the energy transition and that they do so at an affordable rate, because there is a high upfront cost, although there are economies that are proven in the long-term investment in renewable energy. But what we do is that we then take this funding that is capped at 2%, which is highly concessional, and I think that's what I want to highlight, is the use of blended financing solutions, either from longer terms, grant funding, or funding that is priced concessionaries to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind from an affordability perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Zama. I'd like now to move to the Industrial Development Corporation and give the floor to Mark Goliath. Now, the Industrial Development Corporation have got a particularly critical and vital role to play, because they are at the center of developing the overarching industrial strategy, which Minister Patel spoke about this morning. So Mark, maybe you also want to reflect on sort of what lessons you have learned to date, and then also where's the scope maybe for new partnerships with other institutions. For example, we as a new development bank have IDC as a critical strategic partner, but we want to look at what new innovation is possible to increase the lending capacity here in the BRICS countries.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Thank you for teeing it up so nicely. The IDC at its core wants to be a sustainable investor. Investing in green solutions is coming to the core of what we're trying to do. And if I relate that back to manufacturing, unfortunately will have no other option, especially in the South African and African context, over the coming age, to move in that direction. South Africa has issues with power, with the water sustainability, and we are focusing our investment in those specific areas so that we can ensure that our manufacturing capacity remains sustainable and competitive going into the future. If I look at where collaboration is possible, I think with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement now being a reality, we are obviously looking at playing a more active role in funding in the rest of Africa as well. And I think that's where co-funding opportunities become so critical. No individual investor wants to take ultimate risk independently when doing so. And it's, I think, where the New Development Bank, as an example, my colleague Roel plays an important, IFC plays an important role. And I think some of the projects that are going to unfold in the next decade or next 5 years in Africa, speaking to some of the beneficiation that was alluded to in the previous panel about batteries and that value chain, it's going to need those co-funding opportunities. And I think the biggest thing as funders is always the risk appetite we have. And with all these new opportunities for Africa and the opportunities for beneficiation, it means institutions such as ours, or development institutions, should be at the core of taking some of that additional risk and unfolding and those opportunities to lead to implementation. It gives the private sector so much confidence if organizations such as ours are willing to take the lead in those new investments. Leslie, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'd like now to move to Rupesh Sharma and maybe also kick off with the same question in terms of what Exim Bank in India have in place when it comes to green financial instruments. What has worked, whether you see, whether there are some concrete and specific examples you can give, and also where's the scope for further innovation in your view?
Thank you, Chair. Very good afternoon to everybody, and thank you giving Export-Import Bank of India this opportunity. The bank main objective is to finance, facilitate, and internationalize the India's trade and investment. Since inception, the bank has been focusing on making India's products more competitive, and the competitiveness cannot come unless they are cost effective and as well as they are they can compete in the global arena. In the renewable, the bank has been focusing on the renewable since I would say last 10 to 15 years by focusing predominantly in the energy transition, which was helping Indian companies to have solar and wind projects, which help because the industry lacking the power. This not only help the Indian companies to have the power but also at an effective cost. Now, when it comes to the transition financing, the bank has been helping the Indian companies in transition financing by helping them to adopt the much more effective technology. So bank finance typically R&D loans, which are typically based on the cash flow of the company and also the process innovations. The bank over the years has innovated money products, has helped the companies and taken a larger risk as being a development financial institution. The bank has taken the larger pie when it comes to the co-financing. The bank has also in place the equity investment in many of the projects where the bank has participated by way of equity participation apart from the debt participation. The bank has also in place particularly with a focus to the small and medium enterprises which have the potential to scale up. The bank has in place a program by which the bank gives not only the debt but also helps them by way of equity. The bank can invest in the equity of these small and medium enterprises and also has in place a fund which has been leveraged with the investment from the other financial institution and bank, and this fund do invest in the equity of the SMEs and the other enterprises. The bank also has a collaboration with this academia because as a financial institution we can analyze a project, but when it comes to the technology and particularly the new technology, the bank do depend on the the academia on the viability of the technology. So the bank also gives the soft technical assistance to the incubators to help the bank to identify the new technology which can be funded. So apart from that, bank also has collaborated with many financial institutions globally. Just to give example, in the Africa, the bank has helped many ECAs like in Nigeria, Ghana, our neighboring country, Zimbabwe, helping them to design the products which can help the exporters, which can help the SMEs in an effective way. So bank, I would say, has been working very closely on both green energy, but more important, the countries, developing countries like India, the money, we have the large pool of industries which are affluent, which are creating affluent, but helping them in transiting into the greener path, which is a time-consuming path. The bank has in place products which helps those energies. We had examples in the morning like industries like aluminum, steel, copper, to help them to adopt a greener technology which can reduce the effluent and can increase the productivity. So these are all some of the examples the bank is doing, and the bank is also trying to open the capital market for the financial institutions in India. So the bank has been entering into the new markets, exploring the new currencies so that the capital cost for the Indian companies can be decreased. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rupesh. Now, I wonder if I could sort of probe a little bit more sort of deeper and inquire from each one of you what your thoughts are, and let me take one step back. The multilateral banks, the global institutions, if you like, have gone through a deep period of introspection to look at how can we become more effective, how can we stretch our each dollar, if you like, how can we become more catalytic and provide these sort of first loss guarantees that are required in order to improve the risk return profile of projects, so we can bring in other financing. So can I ask you, for example, from you first, Ruel, what is AFC doing right now to look at increasing your capital base? Are there ideas that you are exploring that could lead to a significant increase in the financing available in the green manufacturing arena?
Yeah, thank you. What we normally do is basically we invest in value chains, and we invest end-to-end in the value chain. And we start with partnering with governments in ensuring that the resources, we first look at what are the resources in a particular country, how can we aggregate those resources, bring them into a special economic zone where their beneficiation goes on, and we look at, in cases where they're for export, they're exported, and in cases where it's more for import substitution or for intra-African trade, we actually develop those value chains. So effectively what we do is we create that environment whereby investors can come in and invest fully well understanding that, one, setting up the companies within those countries we've created a one-stop shop window in order to facilitate that. Getting the raw materials that they need for their investments we are providing that logistics to bring all of the raw materials to the zone. The logistics of actually exporting their raw materials is also provided by us. So at the end of the day, investors are really looking at how do I come in and utilize the resources that are available in that particular economy, beneficiating it and looking for their export markets. So given that environment that we provide for industries, we see it catalyzes a number of investors coming from BRIC countries to come and invest in Africa. And Africa also benefits through the additional beneficiation that goes on in Africa. And we have a couple of good examples which I can talk to later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zama, I wonder if you could maybe give us some concrete examples of some of the most successful projects, if you like, that you can showcase here, that you have financed in South Africa, and maybe give some of the elements of how you assessed impact in those projects.
Thank you. I'll touch on one of our recent investments, and this one is in the circular economy. So it is a pyrolysis plant that recycles end-of-life tires from the mining sector. And so a lot of lessons have been learned in terms of how we actually approach, funding all manner of activities in the green manufacturing or greener manufacturing process. So that one is where we did have a partnership with Department of Trade and Industry, and we found that the ability to tap into the Black Industrialist grants as a first loss taker did go a long way in putting together an impactful investment thesis for our investment committees that talks to not only financial returns, but also making sure that we render a cleaner economy to the next generation. But whilst I focused on that, I also wanted to highlight perhaps that there is a role for SMEs to play in this space. And one example that comes to mind is a very small manufacturer of lithium batteries, with an investment as small as 15 million rand. They're also participating in promoting intra-Africa trade in terms of the raw material inputs that they use. They also doing skills development, and so speaking to labor absorption and upskilling our youth in skills of the future. My colleague alluded to the fact that, in fact, because of our energy crisis within SA, we've been propelled into the transition. So those are some of the examples that I want to highlight to say there is a space for SMEs, and as the NEF, we have, the ability to structure and support SMEs to be successful in this sector. This particular example is one that is based in Woodbank in Mpumalanga, which we know has been, adversely hit when we talk about the current state of the just transition and the move away from coal and the closure of some of the plants that side. So that's one example that I wanted to highlight. Perhaps I'll stop there.
Thanks. That's very helpful. Thank you. Mark, if you could then, from the IDC's perspective, also give us a sense of how you're looking beyond just funding individual projects, but looking at more kind of a portfolio approach. And in that way, you can also attract, bigger global institutions like New Development Bank and others to co-finance some of those. Instead of us, for example, financing a single solar project, we're much more interested in funding a solar park and scale the level of impact. In the manufacturing space, does the IDC have ideas of that kind to look at supporting SMMEs, but beyond just individual companies?
Leslie, I think when we consider that, I think it's almost a partnership with government as well, because in that case, we'll be looking at industrial zones and special economic zones, where there is a need to facilitate not only power, but also a more important resource, I think, at present is water. And one of the biggest stumbling blocks to generating new capacity in certain industry segments is access to water. And further to that is the recycling of water. I had the privilege of visiting India a few years ago, and in the remotest areas where they had textile manufacturing plants, they had zero wastewater plants. And that's the kind of mindset, I think, where IDC is trying to move towards, is how do we invest in larger scale projects like that, have public-private partnerships that's going to look at general infrastructure instead of company-specific infrastructure, speaking to your request, where we might invest R1 billion in that specific business park or economic zone, but it benefits 20 to 30 businesses. Similar for solar generation. I think when we look at where the next iteration is leading in battery storage in the automotive space, it's going to be around setting up plants which not only facilitate that, but its entire value chain, as Raul mentioned. I mean, IDC's focus is also very much value chain focused. And the more we can create the business park concept, I think that's where there's massive opportunity to collaborate with BRICS, because BRICS Bank, not only from a funding perspective, but bringing in technical expertise from our BRICS brothers and sisters to facilitate some of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Now, Rupesh, India is one of the largest borrowers from the New Development Bank. It's also one of the largest borrowers from Asia Development Bank, from the World Bank, etc. So it's very active in sort of the borrowing from the multilateral institutions. What do you see as potential partnerships or things we can explore now in 2023 going forward to deepen our focus in the private sector in India, in this green manufacturing space? To date, of the 26% of projects, almost $8 billion of projects in India, most of it is funded via the government or sovereign-led projects. So there's now an intent, as we mentioned this morning, to increase the focus for the private sector going forward. Are there specific ideas you have for how we can scale that private sector involvement with your institution?
Thank you. I will first like to thank my co-chair for giving example, because I remember almost 10 years back when Indian companies, particularly in textiles, it was made mandatory, not even by the government, but also the financial institutions which used to lend to any textile company to have a part of effluent treatment plant as a part of their project cost. So it was made mandatory, so it had yielded some good results. Coming to the question, I think if you come to India today, yes, India has been borrowing, is one of the, I will say, largest beneficiaries under AIB and NDB. But there is lots of activities happening in India when it comes to the infrastructure. So I welcome you all to India, and you can see how the things are changing. There is, I think, construction activity in all the major cities in India. You can see metros are getting built up. There are coastal projects which are getting ports, airports. There is lots of infrastructure activity which is happening. In fact, in my city only, I have to tell all my friends who come to visit us, just please make it 30 minutes or 40 minutes more, because you may take a little bit more time to come to the office. So now coming to the question, yes, we can make the access to the finance from the multilaterals, particularly from the private sector. But having said that, I think there is a cap when it comes to the private sector finance for the multilaterals. We have seen many of the private companies have approached IFCs, ADBs for funding, and these projects, because many of the projects, because there are strict ESG guidelines, and the time, I think I will say that the project preparation becomes a very important. So that is what the private sector is learning, and they are approaching multilaterals with a detailed report well in advance. They have all these studies done when it comes to the rehabilitation, or it comes to the water treatment, or it comes to any disturbance in the livelihood around that project. So I will say that today Indian companies are not only approaching multilaterals, we are seeing lots of FDI comes in, and that too in greenfield projects. In fact, we have seen lots of FDI coming in renewables, green hydrogen, electrical vehicles, which was not primarily, if we say it 5 to 10 years back, it was predominantly coming in the secondary sectors which had established cash flows. But we are also, as a part of our development role, we are helping Indian companies to become a bridge between a multilateral and them, because we understand, because we have been borrowers from the World Bank in the past, ADB, and we had also lines from the European Investment Bank, and we understand the requirements and the stringent norms of the multilaterals. So we are also helping Indian companies to bridge that gap and make their projects more bankable, and also to co-finance some of the projects. In fact, we have some of the projects which we have co-financed with the multilaterals. Even in Sri Lanka, even Africa, we have in Nigeria, we are supporting a project with the multilateral, and we have many examples of that. And I'm sure going forward, I would like to also mention that we also are working very closely with NDB and AIB, and we'll see that day very soon when we'll co-finance the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rupesh. And I, just to amplify or underscore the point that Rupesh just made, I visited India 2 weeks ago and also a month ago. And, throughout all of the cities that I traveled in, the extent of construction and economic activity is just mind-blowing. One of the projects we're financing in Mumbai, for example, is the building of a new metro together with AIB, ADB, and others, a project of just under $3 billion. And the amount of chaos on the roads is quite extraordinary. Naturally, there will be economic benefits once significant benefits once the project is done. Raul, can I ask you whether you have your institution has very clearly defined ESG impact metrics? One of the things that facilitate greater partnerships between institutions like ourselves and national development institutions is when you have those ESG metrics very clearly identified, how you assess the development impact, and also it makes it easier for potential borrowers to know exactly what the requirements are when they approach you for financing.
We follow the the IFC principles and the Equator principles in every project that we do. But I think the most important thing here is that we realize that most of the projects that we invest in are not at that stage to be able to meet all of those requirements. So one of the things that we do is, how do we support those projects to be able to get to that level of ESG requirements? What is the ESAP action plans that we're going to put in place in order to be able to bridge the gap from where the projects are today and where we expect these projects to go? We've also begun to measure the development impact of each and every project that we do on a sustainability basis. And we've also created a new fund called the AFC Capital Fund in order to be able to bring in, to attract additional green funding into our investment, to sort of leverage what we are doing with additional capital in order to be able to leapfrog the development of projects, but more importantly, help them grow and meet the ESG international standards that are required.
Thank you very much. When I complete this round of questions, we will have a few minutes that I would like to open the floor. So in the meantime, if you can apply your mind, and as I said, what we are focused on in this conversation, in this particular panel, is how can we improve the financing mechanisms? What more can development finance institutions do? And the question really is to encourage you to provoke the DFIs that are sitting on this panel after I've completed this round of questions. Zama, can I come to you and ask whether the NEF has its own bespoke sort of ESG criteria, and is it just unique to NEF, or is there some harmonization between, for example, how you look at ESG, whether the DBSA has different IDC? I'll come to Mark in a second, but maybe you can just talk us about how you assess the criteria around ESG.
Thank you. So I think ESG considerations are a very critical part of establishing our investment thesis on a transaction-by-transaction basis, but also from a portfolio overview perspective. So it starts as early as, you know, risk assessment from a screening perspective and coming up with mitigants and ways in which to address some of the risks that may arise. So our due diligence is focused on that, but more importantly, the prescripts of our legal agreements also speak to some of the things that must be in place for environmental compliance, social responsibility to our, you know, the staff within the business, the stakeholders as well, and the communities that they operate in, as well as the governance structures that are in there. So it is embedded in our credit risk matrix. I think there is scope for better collaboration amongst the South African DFIs and perhaps across the BRICS countries, and maybe this is something that we can take up as the BRICS Financial Services Working Group to achieve that harmony or uniformity of reporting on such. So at the NEF, we've got what we call the empowerment dividend, which then speaks to the social impact, and it's not only measured, you know, when the approval happens, but it is something that is monitored through our post-investment processes, and where we deviate, then there are measures to rectify those deviations. But overall, our social and ethics committee also have see-through to some, you know, the portfolio ESG standing according to ratings, and so I think there are perhaps some best practices within our work that we could share and perhaps learn from our colleagues as well, so that we can streamline these indices. Thanks.
I wonder if I could continue on that theme that Zama just touched on around sort of standardization. What we have done as multilateral institutions, we started already 4 years ago, was to sort of harmonize our climate finance definitions, so we can all speak the same language, if you like. So from the IDC's perspective, do you have in place a set of ESG metrics that are unique to the IDC, or have you also aimed to develop a set of standards that can be adopted more broadly? Let's give you an example. If we finance a big solar park project, given the need for power here in South Africa, AFDB, Africa Development Bank, New Development Bank, or even World Bank and others could co-finance something, but if we each have different standards, it becomes an obstacle. So how does IDC look at that?
So we have a combination of both, I think. We've got very standard requirements for many things. We have an exhaustive ESG requirement listing. But I think each project is looked at individually as well. So we fully understand that when you co-funding on a project, there could be different requirements. I think all funders in general have the same set of requirements. We categorize and characterize them differently, but in the end it's the same thing. So I think it is, though, a very important takeaway point for South African lenders as a whole, being development institutions and corporate lenders, because as those things are built into legal agreements going forward, we'd want consensus. I think one of the areas that IDC might differ is we have greenfield projects, brownfield projects, and then we have existing businesses who are entrenched or looking to expand, and we need to take a pragmatic view on that. So we offer the services of collaborating with that business if we enter into a funding partnership to ensure that the gaps that exist in the ESG profiles can be remediated over a period of 2 to 3 years. Some of these things are not easy fixes, and we acknowledge that, but if the business partner is willing to work and collaborate with us, we're happy to walk the journey to get them to best practice.
I wonder if I could now check with the audience whether there's anyone who have a question or two that we could pose to the panel before we go to the last sort of closing round. The lights are sort of flashing here, but I can see one hand here in front. If someone can just point out if there are other hands, I don't see at the moment. So we'll start in the front on my left. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panelists. My question is around checking which role this financing institution can play in implementing the program that has been announced by the chair of the African Business Council, which is the Common African Agro-Park Program. And you remember from the last session, there was a law that was said about the low productivity, production capacity of the continent. And Afrexim Bank was saying that we eat what's coming from outside, but we produce also less as we're actually exporting. So in respect to that, there is, let's say, an initiative that was taken by the African Union, which is called Common African Agro-Park. And the plan of the AU is to establish agro-industrial zone in each of the region of Africa, kind of a regional agro-industrial economical zone, you know, one in Northern Africa, one in Southern Africa, you know, for 5 regions. And before they go to that, they have initiated a program, let's say process of having the smallest scale transboundary program. Like the caps actually, the meaning of the cap has to be common to at least 2 countries. So there's a process that is being initiated to establish 10 cross-border programs before they go to the larger program. So those 10, actually, 2 have been already identified. The 10 are to be 2 per region. The 2 that are identified that are actually starting now are the one between Zambia and Zimbabwe, that will cover cereal commodity, and one between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, that will cover cocoa. And the Afrexim Bank is leading the process right now in mobilizing resources to go to all the preparation study, pre-feasibility, feasibility, and so on. You know. So my question to this group is, first, whether you have heard about this program already. If not, we may provide you information later on. But which role this platform can play in supporting this very important African Union program? I know there was other program that was led by AU like PIDA, which is about infrastructure of the development of the continent. And we don't see attraction of most of our donors in supporting those kind of programs. But the food deal is something different actually, because there's a market, there will always be a market for food. People will be always eating. So just to say that the CAPS program are one of the concrete programs that have its potential return that need to get attention of all the donors. So it's critical for all these platforms, for new donors, because I see a new development. But before we used to refer to World Bank and so on. And I see these emerging platforms that are coming under the BRICS. And my point is, which role they can play in supporting the African Union in leading this important program for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. In the meantime, I'll just ask my panelists to reflect on that question, and if any one of you have deeper knowledge into the agro-industrial park projects that has been referred to, please prepare for that answer. There's another question to my left there, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Tatwa Mahohodi. I come from a company called Kwancha Electrical Batteries. I want to pose a general question to the panelists, and it's a very simple but not simplistic one. It moves from this premise that the DFIs have got a reputation of what we as business people consider stringent and sometimes unreasonable requirements, especially for small and developing companies. Now, speaking about the green economy, we believe it can be business as usual. What measures are you putting in place to relax these measures? But importantly, the point we want to make is that it can't be normal that you would have the same requirements as private banks. I must see the value of coming to you instead of going to a private bank. So for me, I think we need to have a conversation about that without necessarily relaxing the measures unreasonably. What should matter is the bankability of a project. And I think instruments must therefore be put in place to try and relax the measures without losing the essence of creating a framework where you must get what you want from us and we must be able to get what we want from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. We also have a third question from the online platform, and the question is specifically directed at the AFC. Does the AFC fully fund project preparation 100%, or does it expect project owners to co-finance? So we have three questions. The first one was on the agro-industrial park projects. The second one really is about the agility, nimbleness, the extent to which our procedures, our borrowing procedures are streamlined, and maybe we can sort of lump all of those together under the umbrella of how can we become more effective, more nimble, more agile as borrowing institutions. So I'd like to, instead of posing to, you can sort of volunteer which one you want to take on, but let me ask Mark if you want to take on the final one, which was about how can you become more borrower friendly? Do you believe that the IDC has sufficiently sort of amended its procedures to be more responsive to especially SMMEs? Maybe you can deal with that one. The AFC question is very, very direct. So Ruel, you want to kick off with an answer to the one around project preparation, whether you fund it 100% or whether you expect project owners to co-finance.
In general, the first thing we do is to understand who our partners are. It's very, very important to know who your partner is. So we want to make sure, irrespective of the project, that we have the right partner. That's number one. Number two is, obviously, we like our partners to also have skin in the game. So obviously, that amount of skin in the game depends on your capacity. And so we would obviously look at your capacity to establish the level of skin in the game that you have in a project. So we would generally not fund 100%, but we would tailor it to reflect the circumstances of the project and the circumstances of the sponsor that is involved in that project. I think what we really need is ensuring that that sponsor is a reliable sponsor that we can work with in the long term. What we normally do is when we identify good sponsors, we work with them and we grow with them. So we start with a sponsor at the smallest stage, and we grow with that sponsor over time. And so there are cases whereby we've taken a sponsor at a very early stage, we've worked with them, and we've grown along with them. We rather have fewer projects, fewer sponsors with a number of projects that is growing alongside them. So I think one of the key things we look at, who is the sponsor? We like some skin in the game, but I think the most important thing is the mindset, the objectives of that sponsor very similar to our own objectives.
And then maybe the question which was around the streamlining of procedures and the agility, maybe if each one of you from your institutions in the last sort of 2.5 minutes that we have left, maybe starting with you, Mark, if you want to talk about what has IDC done to become more responsive, more borrower-friendly, if you like?
I think over the last, I've been with the IDC for 16 years, and I think from the time I've been there, this comment has arisen. In my tenure, I think we've done a lot to cut out red tape and bureaucracy during that period. Are we there yet? No, I don't believe so. We are still not nimble enough. Our requirements can be seen onerous. And I think when I consider how we fund as developmental institutions, and especially in the SME space relative to commercial banks, where we take risk is on the project itself. We generally do not have a very secured position. And hence we put in a lot of effort to understand the project and make sure that we're comfortable with the sustainability of the project or bankability of that project, whether it's an existing business or greenfields or brownfields operation. And that is seen by many of our sponsors and partners as, it consumes a lot of our time and effort up front. But I think the value that is derived from that by both parties sometimes is very beneficial. So we are not yet nimble enough, but it's definitely something that we are working towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe a quick word from you, Zama, and then we'll end off with Rupesh. Anything from the NEF perspective on this front?
Sure. So, to echo what Mark said, improving how we deliver service to our clients, how we delight our potential investees throughout the process is something that we will constantly strive towards. But I think there are some positive takeaways actually that came out of COVID that forced us to be more nimble. So whilst we do have a regional presence in all provinces, because that speaks particularly to the markets we serve, we've got a business planner tool that has guiding notes in all of the official languages so that people can understand what is expected of them. But we invest a lot in the hand-holding, and that's part of our business processes. Otherwise, we would have no throughput or any deals given the types of markets we serve. So I think the hand-holding, the non-financial support has helped, and we've increased the number of sittings as well and the agility, especially post-COVID, that we've employed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zama. And in the last minute, Rupesh, anything that we can learn from Exim Bank on this front?
Thank you for giving this last. I would like to say that since inception, the bank has been focusing on the small businesses. But yes, I think definitely COVID has taught us many things. But before that also, I think the mindset which is required for the existing businesses or a large businesses doesn't work for a small business. You need a separate vertical, which we actually created. We had a separate policies, we had separate covenants in place for small businesses because the risks are different, the hand-holding required is different, the time consumed is different. And many of the SMEs which we have seen, are nowadays new generation SMEs are coming into the disruption technology where the bankers don't even understand the technology. So the hand-holding, going along with the academics, going along, having the technical capabilities in place to understand the technology is very important. So I would like to say, yes, we have tried very hard to be a partner, not a lender, be a partner with the SMEs. And as my colleague says that we also see the skin in the game, but this skin in the game for the SMEs we don't see by way of equity. We see as a what knowledge, what passion they bring on the table. If we see that passion and knowledge is on the table, we can become their partners to arrange the equity also, particularly for the projects where the technology has been established. I would like to happy to say that particularly under the new program which we had, which is called the New Stars, in Hindi it's called Ubarte Stare program. We have helped many Indian companies. In fact, one of the success stories I would like to quote, it was a company which was in the campus in 2012 and it came with the IPO this year. And this company was hand-holded by way of a equity, by way of a debt, and by way of a cash flow financing. And this could help only because the promoters had the passion, the promoter group have the objective to scale up the business. And those things we should have in place in the business were actually brought in at a right time. The capital was which was required, which we could help, and this could be done only because we had a separate policy in place, which I told in the beginning, and we could fund such a business. But having said that, I think this is I will say this is a transitionary phase. I think we have to keep on learning every day. We have to be because particularly large DFIs and export credit agencies definitely can focus those SMEs and make sure we don't see them as the borrowers, we see them as a partners and grow along with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunately all we have time for. I'll make no attempt to summarize, but I just want to mention in 30 seconds 3 ideas that I think came out of today. One, we need further streamlining to make sure that our DFIs are more responsive. A lot more work and introspection needs to go into that. Secondly, the idea of standardization to make it easier to work and collaborate across institutions also needs to be looked at. And then finally, we need to look at how do we further green our financial instruments, our toolkits, to make them more responsive to what is required today. So if you can all just join in a round of applause to the panel, and then we'll move on to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leslie, and to the panelists that came on. Some very, very important insights on the role and the long-term developmental role that your multilateral organizations from a finance can do. And finance is a key enabler, particularly for development. So thank you very much for those insights, and we appreciate your time. All right, so without losing any more time, what we want to do is move on to the third panel, and that's also keeping to the theme of the green industrialization and the circular economy. Again, just re-emphasizing that green conversation that we mentioned earlier. And our panelists for this particular session is going to be, the panel will be moderated by Sindima Basokoyana. If I can ask you to come on stage, please, ma'am. And then also she'll be joined then by the panelist Mashudu Ramano from Mito Chindra Energy Company, Galo Montmason-Claire from TIPS, which is the Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, Babaji Sodipo from Afrixim Bank, and Riaz Hafaji from the Industrial Development Corporation, and Nishan Naika from Mega Million. If I can ask you all to join me on stage, and then we'll hand over to Cindy to facilitate the session. Thank you.
It's already afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. And actually, it's quite interesting because the two panels earlier, in particular, the previous one, has really started unpacking some of the conversations we were hoping to bring to you today. So it will require some creativity on our part in making sure that at least it can be more additional. I think that's the first thing. And being Women's Month, it is the right thing to do to actually owe you an explanation, or rather give you an explanation why our panel is not diverse and not secular and representing our discussion. Just to say that Dr. Thembakazi Mali from SASO would have joined us today, but unfortunately had to cancel last minute. So, as we all know that inclusive and sustainable industrial development promotes advancement, economic growth, and diversification in a socially responsible and environmentally sound manner. Therefore, industrialization should not be evaluated based only on its income-generating capability alone, but the efficient use of resources, the level of emission reductions, Zama already started touching on that, and the generation of high-quality green jobs that must also be taken into consideration. The Global Secularity Report of 2023, which I actually read in preparation for this session, which was produced earlier this year together with Deloitte, interestingly enough, has pitched our secularity globally only at 7.2%. And one of the key things that was highlighted is that this is actually a regression, because the previous one, in fact, this is now the 6th report. The 5th report had said we were around 9%. So we are actually, the needle is moving the wrong way, which then demonstrates the urgency and the need for us to start looking at how do we practically look at this secularization. And as we all know that industrialization remains a key driver for structural transformation and prosperity. However, this must be done looking at the impact of the ongoing environmental crisis. So the circular economy model basically aligns our production and consumption, which involves sharing, instead of everybody owning an asset that you use once a while. It involves leasing so that you don't necessarily have to buy, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, instead of disposing of, and recycling existing materials and products for as long as possible and stretch them for multiple usage. So circular economies aim to tackle global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, waste, and pollution by emphasizing the need for us to design, redesign manufacturing processes based on the 3 principles: designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, as indicated earlier, longer, and regenerating systems. So basically, instead of, and I like the term that was used in Secularity Report, instead of cradle to grave, we need to find ways of actually manufacturing from cradle back to cradle. So I think for us on this panel, where we have to further unpack green industrialization and the circular economy, it's important that we are trying to make sure that we decouple economic growth and negative environmental externalities by making sure that we optimize on clean energy, sustainable inputs and production technologies. And so I think in doing that, I'll probably maybe then get started with our first panelist. And because the green industrial policy and the South African one in particular has been key in this process. So I'll probably start with Gaylo, and maybe I can then grab a seat. Do I have a mic? I think, Gaylo, you have been facilitating the Renewable Energy Master Plan. And you've also spent some time in the research space for more than 15 years. So the issue of policy as we get into this space is very important. So can you highlight for us where this new, the strategic green industrial policy has been useful in facilitating, and maybe if you believe that there are areas of enhancement that policy can still assist?
Great, yeah, thanks so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today. And I think what we are discussing here this morning and this afternoon is really critical, because when we look at green value chains, or the green economy, whatever you want to call it, to be honest, it's really a once in a century opportunity. Honestly, it's not often you see industries that are growing at exponential rates. Okay, it's not even once a generation. So that's what we are seeing right before our eyes at the moment, is this exponential growth that's really is happening in renewable energy, in battery, and many other sectors that we have spoken today around the globe. And so that has really led to a bit of quite a scramble to capture those new opportunities around the globe. Okay, and we've seen that around three key main dynamics. One is about really capturing those new industries, becoming leaders in those new technologies, like new energy vehicles that we spoke about, waste management technologies, of course, renewable energy and battery storage technologies, but also others, of course, lots of linkages with biotechnologies and circular value chains. We're seeing it as well in the efforts of greening existing industries, so to speak, the 99%, and efforts to really make sure that the new technologies of production of things like steel, cement, chemicals, you name it, are being made sustainable, protecting the industries. And we've seen that, Minister Patel has spoken about it this morning, a drive by some countries to have green protectionism, to have measures to protect the industry from those that do not decarbonize and do not become green. And so that has been really a big drive as well in terms of the policy developments. And thirdly, there's been a lot of emphasis on the imperative of a just transition. Make sure that that transition is as inclusive as it can be. And of course, in South Africa, it's a very prevalent policy debate as we move away from a fossil fuel-based economy, a coal-based economy, to a more sustainable one. But it takes expression differently in every country. And so we've seen at the policy level some pretty impressive packages being put forward or being developed. Certainly in the global north, in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act, in the EU with its sort of Green New Deal and Green Industrial Policy, but also in the global south, certainly in China, in Brazil, and many other countries, now starting to put together very comprehensive packages to look at how we incentivize both the supply and the demand of green products, green services, and how do we put policies in place to make sure that this transition is actually inclusive in its unfolding. And South Africa here, I would argue, is no exception. We've been hard at work really trying to put together comprehensive packages to implement a green and inclusive industrial policy. And here I just want to talk about one thing that I'm involved in, which is this South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. It's really focused on building industrial value chains for renewable energy and battery storage technologies in the country. And if you want, it's being triggered by one picture. And I always have that picture, and I wish I could show it to you, because it is quite telling, which shows the imports of solar panels, lithium-ion batteries, and inverters into the country. And this picture always gives me mixed feelings, you know, because I see that over the last 10 years, South Africa has imported the equivalent of $10 billion of solar panels, lithium-ion batteries, and inverters. A quarter of that in the first half of this year alone. Okay, so we can see an exponential curve, that sort of hockey stick curve, if you wish. And so on the one hand, I think this is a very positive picture. I say, well, you know, renewable energy is coming into the country, we're embracing the technological shift. This is really important, you know, transition that we're unfolding as South Africa. And you know, we need to do more of that. But at the same time, I've said it, these are all imports. You know. And I'm thinking, well, here is a massive opportunity, you know, to actually produce those things domestically, at least to some extent, and not rely entirely on imports and build those value chains. Again, $10 billion in 10 years, $2.5 billion just in the first 6 months of this year. Massive, massive opportunities. And these are just free products. Of course, to build renewable energy and batteries, you know, and many other things. And so that's where SAREM comes in, the Renewable Energy Master Plan, which is, you know, a process initiated by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to develop industrial value chain in those sectors. It's a social compact between government, business and labor to put the frameworks in place. And we are quite at the juncture at the moment in the development of the plan. It was just out for public comment until last Friday. And we are now putting the final touches to the policy framework before it's out for endorsement and implementation, of course. And it's looking at really putting in place, you know, the right kind of incentives that are required to support manufacturing operations in the country, in our SEZs, putting the trade measures in place to nurture our current manufacturers where needed, but also facilitating, you know, exchanges of technologies, skills, and knowledge. And so I really invite everyone to have a look at the document, if possible. It is online, and engage, because this is really a crucial time for the country. We're really putting forward that master plan, which is part of a series of master plans that have been put together in the country, and are really going to drive policy implementation, you know, around creating market demand for renewable energy as much as possible, putting in place the industrial policy measures that are needed in trade, you know, in industrial policy more strictly around incentives, around SEZs, making sure that we support the inclusivity of the value chain. So making sure that we support new entrants, emerging suppliers, a more inclusive rollout of renewable energy. And lastly, that we build the skills and the technologies. So I'll leave it at this for now, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you, Galo. And I wonder how many of us sitting in the room did make input into that document, and the closing date was already last week. So hopefully there were some inputs, and something that, again, it's quite important in us being active and not only respond once policies have been established. I think on that policy conversation, I want to come to Mashudu. Mashudu, you are a clear sustainability practitioner, a champion for change in the areas of energy and water too. I think for me, what has been interesting is that you've been playing the long game. I've seen you at this game for a while. So it is understanding that, whether it's policy or incentives, what has anchored you and sustained you for such a long time, be it access to funding. So if you can just share your story.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Let me first of all start by acknowledging my funding partners. The IDC, I saw the CEO here and there was somebody else earlier on, the DBSA, and also the DTIC. They have been extremely supportive. But to get there was not easy. So I wanted to make that point first. The second point I want to make is this is the time for Africa to start playing in the global value chains. It's very sad for me when you look at how global chains develop. They basically emerge, say, in Silicon Valley, and they fly over the African continent, and they pick up all the minerals, and they go elsewhere to go and manufacture, and then they come back and sprinkle a few as they go to the markets in the West. So this particular position must change. Africa must now take its place in the global value chains. I am involved in a new global value chain in the continent and globally. It's called hydrogen fuel cells. Now, I've been involved in this game now for more than 15 years. I started at assisting the Northwest Province, and we started looking at the PGMs, the platinum group metals. And they are used in this industry, and that sparked my interest. And then I went to Japan in 2005, and I found big industries around platinum group metals. And I came back and I said to Anglo American, who I was working with at the time, that I want to get into this industry. And so a long journey started. I did comprehensive research on energy transitions, and dating back some 10,000 years. And I saw certain fundamental trends, and those trends convinced me that hydrogen is the next phase. Hydrogen and decentralization in the energy markets is the next phase of energy transitions. One thing that I think we in South Africa don't appreciate is that the history of humankind is not just a history of wars and conflict. It's also been a history of energy and communications transitions. So when you look at that, you will see there's a lot of transitions in this space. But we want to be locked in South Africa in an industry that is also changing. So the challenges I've had effectively have been access to fuel cells technology. I installed my company called Mitochondria. So mitochondria, I saw the gentleman that was here struggled a little bit to pronounce it. Mitochondria. It's the power generation part in the human cell. Every human cell has got its own power generation plant. And that power generation plant is called mitochondria. So firstly, I needed product. And we got some product from Japan. We installed it at the Chamber of Mines in 2014. Then they closed that, and it was very expensive. Then I decided that I'm going to create my own brand. And a 7-year journey started. And last year, we were testing our own 50 kilowatt fuel cell technology for decentralized, distributed, and network power generation.
Thank you, Mashoud. I think for me it was important that you share this journey and the experience. It may not necessarily have to continue to take as long as it did for you, and that's why I deliberately asked the question, because I know you've shared how laborious this journey has been. But it's a pity that we do not have CSIR here in the room, because again, from the R&D time right up until the funding stage, it is important that there is that collaboration and streamlining of that process. So if I can then come to Nishan. Nishan, you are a founder of Africa's first lithium battery mega factory project. I think the issue of localization in the manufacturing of value chain has been something that you've also been vocal about as you look at the green industry process, in particular in building the circular economy. Can you then touch on the work that you have done through this project?
Thanks to Cindy and also the organizing committee for having private sector represented in this forum. So it's an important discussion considering the impact that this project can have on the entire continent. If we look at the contribution of the manufacturing sector to the African continent's GDP, it's sitting around 11%. So is that good or bad? Well, we have to look at that in the context of very successful economies around the world. If you look at China, they're sitting at around 28%. And Republic of Korea about 26%. So there's a huge delta between Africa's manufacturing output and other economies. And of course, we need to make that transition to a manufacturing economy because of added income from trade, job creation, and poverty reduction. And so Africa traditionally has been an extractive economy, taking out of the ground agriculture, mining, and selling it off. But we need to make this transition to an extractive economy. So I made a trip once to Quebec, and I watched with tears in my eyes how the manganese was shipped from Northern Cape to the port, washed a little bit, put on a ship, and sent off with very little, if any, localization. And so we need to change our mindset. And it's not rocket science to convert that manganese into battery-grade manganese. Now, if you think of South Africa, we designed the helicopter that can flip upside down before anyone in the world could do it. But we can't take rock and we can't convert that manganese into manganese-grade powder. That's absurd. And so we need to localize this entire value chain. And so as Mega Million, we embarked on this project 6 years ago to make sure that we utilize Africa's minerals for Africa's benefit first. It's very important since all of the critical minerals needed for lithium-ion batteries are found in the SADC region. In fact, there's no other region in the entire world that has got all the battery minerals and in the high composition and high volumes than the SADC region. There's no other region in the world. So this is a fantastic opportunity for us to make this transition to a manufacturing economy. But in the context of this discussion, when we're talking about a green economy, how can we tie this all up? Well, let's look at the example of manganese again. Imagine using coal energy and fossil fuels to mine the core out of the ground. It's then transported with an electric train, which is powered by dirty fuel, and then it's still put onto a ship, which is powered by dirty fuel, gets all the way to the processing countries, gets processed, shipped back to all the countries that need the battery-grade powders. That doesn't make sense. So to have a green economy, imagine if we localize all of that processes. Collaborating with partners overseas so they're not out of the loop, but then we localize those processes. We can cut carbon emissions tremendously. That's one of the projects we're embarking on in Zambia, to make copper foil locally in Zambia, and that's a critical component. So that's one example of what we can do and we should do, but it requires a mindset change to make this happen.
No, thank you very much for that, Nishen. Riaz, if I can come to you, I think between you and Babajide, the financing part is obviously going to require some, creativity, making sure that we don't repeat some of the conversations earlier. But maybe if I can tweak your question a little bit and say, in your work of advising the IDC on the new energy vehicles, and the battery value chain, how, in that journey, in your advisory role, the inclusivity of the value chains. And again, we cannot talk a circular economy without involving, yes, the communities, SMMEs, women, youth. So can I then, ask you in terms of how have, these projects and processes been inclusive in making sure that we indeed move this needle of secularization?
Appreciate it, and thanks for having me. I think the last few months of me working with the IDC has really shown me how well the IDC is positioned to drive many of the topics that we're talking about. And I don't just mean in talk, but they actively drive discussion, planning, implementation, funding, and I've been really impressed with the work that they do. I think manufacturing is one of the biggest topics that can drive success in any economy. It is stepping back. It is the love of making things. We have to be changing our thinking right from young children to the way we look at industry. We have to develop this culture of loving to make things. So what the Japanese call monozukuri. And within that, the way the Japanese work, and taking that as an example, the way the Japanese work in approaching that is two basic things, and this comes from Toyota Production Systems, or TPS, is continuous improvement and respect for people. And that really is the cornerstone of why they have such a successful way of manufacturing and such a successful economy. And I think if I look back on how that influences what we need to do now, as an auto industry person who spent the most of my life in the auto industry, I think the change, as Gayla was talking about now, this change in energy that's happening as a once-in-a-100-year event, it's the same thing that's happening in the auto industry. This revolution of technology is also a change in 100 years. And you put the two big value chains, automotive and energy, together, and it's a huge impact to the world. Not just an impact to our country, but every single country in the world will go through a massive change. To Mashuda's point, this is the chance for Africa, because those value chains are now open for Africans to get involved in. And so how do we do that? What approach do we have? And it can be really overwhelming for us to be looking at every single part of whatever's in front of us to get involved. And I always say, let's not try and solve world peace here. Let's choose things one step at a time. Let's break it down to the things that we know we're good at. And I really come down with three things that are really important for us for the future. And the first one is we have to decarbonize our value chains. As a company, think about where and how and what you will do in terms of your capital allocation for the future you will need to do to start decarbonizing your value chain. The second thing is you have to take care of communities. You have to take care of the people and the infrastructure around you so that your societal, your decentralized societal elements are taken care of and that they support you in whatever ambitions you have. And I think the third one is you have to make more with less. That's just the way the world will work. And in making more with less, you also need to be competitive. If you want to be part of a global value chain, you just can't make things for the sake of making things. You have to be competitive to the point where your market will accept it, otherwise there's no point in making it. And so competition and the ability to be competitive globally is such a vital thing to have in place. If we don't, we can't just make things for the sake of making things. So global competitiveness there for us plays a huge role. So I think many of the challenges in this change in energy value chains, in automotive value chains, with so many things going on and so many things going on in our own country, I think many of the, and the fortunate part is many of the crises that we face, the answer to many of those crises is actually, for us, luckily, fortunately, a catalyst for future success. So we fix those problems, we solve those problems now, we do the things that positions us correctly for the short term. Actually, for us in the long term, we have a really good chance to be successful. So the commitment for us to do now is to execute now on these things. All our companies need to strive for making this work. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you, Riaz. And I'll come back to that because we need to be able to say, how do you practically do that? Babajide, one of the 4 pillars of the African Bank, Africa Export and Import Bank, is promoting intra-Africa trade. So it makes you a great partner to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Particularly for the conversation of a secular economy, is that no nation can do it alone. So it requires some cross-border, which is key to what you do. But secondly, identifying clusters, allowing each nation to almost capitalize on its own strengths. So what projects have you identified as Afrexim Bank in making sure that you drive the green industrialization in particular to build more circularity?
Thank you very much for a very interesting question. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us once again to be part of what is a critical panel. I think it's important, like you emphasized, to re-emphasize the importance of the idea of the African Continental Free Trade Area to the African discussion about the green economy, climate change, green energy, and the opportunities that are available in it. One of the most important factors in being able to take advantage of the opportunities that are being created by the green economy, the emerging technologies that are coming up, is the opportunity to be able to scale to markets quickly and appropriately. One of the challenges that African economies have typically had is that prior to the CFTA, a lot of these economies have been fragmented. They've been extremely tiny, and because your economy is small, you're not quite able to generate that internal momentum for growth, for efficiency that is necessary for you to be able to be competitive in those specific, whether it's technologies or industries or sectors. And if you look at what China has done, for example, in electric vehicles, right? They've been able to use the size of the domestic market to develop the competitiveness now to the extent that at this point now, China is the largest exporter of, I think, motor vehicles, certainly the largest exporter of electric vehicles. And I think in our conversations about the opportunities available there for manufacturing and how to take advantage of it, we must certainly stop thinking in terms of our national boundaries alone. We must be thinking in terms of the continental markets and the opportunities available in the continental market. And I think that is where the AFCFTA has become critical, because it is laid, or it is laying the foundation for an African single market, whereby, you know, beyond the rhetoric about having Africa as a market, you're actually having regulations in place, you're having the treaties in place, you're having legal obligations in place which reduce or eliminate the barriers among Africans when it comes to trading. We are not there yet, right? But the CFTA is the most significant movement in that direction, and I think we've been extremely pleased to see the emphasis that a lot of the discussions here this morning have had in terms of the CFTA. Now, in terms of Afreximbank and what we are doing, I think you are absolutely correct in the sense that for us, as part of our pillars, if you talk about industrialization to Afreximbank, you're talking about the AFCFTA. If you're talking about the AFCFTA to Afreximbank, you're talking about industrialization. And this is critical, right? Because beyond putting the market in place, if you do not produce goods and products which are able to sell or trade within the market, then the market is a complete waste of energy, of resources. And at the same time, if you were to build all the fancy, most advanced manufacturing plants in the world in different African countries, and there were no markets for them to sell their products to, then those would be colossal, losses and waste of investment. So we must understand that the establishment of the African markets and Africa's industrialization are parallel. They can't be one without the other. And it's an interesting data point that if you look at the trade that African countries trade among themselves, you'll actually find out that compared to the trade that we have with the West, with other elements of, with other areas of the world, the trade that we do among ourselves actually contains the highest level of manufactured products, right? So even though, yes, there has been a lot of criticism that we generally export commodities, but if you look at the composition of intra-Africa trade, that is where you actually see the higher concentration of trade in manufactured products, in industrial products. And so to that extent, Afreximbank has been fully committed to doing this. My colleague had spoken in an earlier panel, but I think I want to highlight maybe two elements of what we're doing to support industrialization and intra-Africa trade. First, our work on standards, right? Because, of course, one of the challenges of trading is that if you produce a product here in South Africa, how are you sure that when you take that product to Nigeria or to Kenya or to Egypt, it will be accepted into the markets in terms of quality, in terms of standards, particularly if it's a food product, if it's a pharmaceutical product. So to that extent, the Afreximbank has supported the harmonization of standards across the continent with the African Regional Standards Organization, so that you will know that once you produce a particular product or a particular good according to certain specifications, it's going to be accepted practically in every country across the continent. So you don't have to reproduce products for East Africa, West Africa, and all that. So this is something that we're doing in collaboration with the African Regional Standards Organization. And of course, in the context of the AFCFTA itself, they have put in place a regulatory framework which will further drive this harmonization of African standards. But beyond the regulatory aspect, the bank, Afreximbank, is also investing in the development and establishment of African quality assurance centers across the continent. What are these centers? They are centers where you take your products for testing, where they can then certify that it has met whatever kind of standards that you have. Because even if you set technical standards and then you have to send your products or your goods to Europe for testing before bringing back to the continent, you can imagine that this is a waste of resources. So we have certainly invested a lot of resources in that. And a very interesting project which we are promoting really it's a lithium battery production project between Zambia and Zimbabwe. With that, we're promoting not just value addition, but also value addition in the context of regional integration, collaboration between countries, I think which certainly speaks to the sense of a secular economy among African countries. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for that. Thanks. I know that our time is going to be cut short because the minister will be walking back in to sign. Minister, welcome. I didn't see the minister is already in here. So shall we now wrap up our session? Let us do that. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for that. In particular, I'd like to apologize to my panelists. It's interesting. This is, I know, one of the uncommon and you know, where we needed to unpack the secular economy subject. But Minister, thank you very much, because I know you always want to showcase some of these agreements, and I'd like to then allow my panelists to then leave the floor. Just to check, Tafadzwa, as we exit Sherry, will you still need the panelists, or we can... Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite my panelists to go to that corner there so that we can take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy, and a big round of applause to the panel. Welcome back, Minister. Thank you. You'd be happy to know that the context that you set in the morning has continued throughout the day in terms of the green energy discussion, as well as how we can industrialize through that through that revolution that is currently underway. So that theme has carried on right through. Minister, I know time is tight, so now I'm going to, if I can, invite you as well as the representatives from the China African Development Fund. And if you, Minister, and the representatives from the fund can, again, go to where we were earlier on, and everyone who is associated with the MOU, for a signing of this MOU. This particular MOU, again, major congratulations are due here, and this particular MOU here will look, and again, as I've mentioned before, it's between the DTIC and the China African Development Fund. What this one here will look to do is encourage deeper levels of industrialization and investment funding, collaborating with DFIs in funding and co-funding of joint ventures on investment projects in South Africa, and last but not least, and very important, encouraging investment in special economic zones and spatial locations in South Africa. So again, a very important agreement which touches on many areas. Minister, over to you.
Pefani, Waliribe Sote, Oma Pefani, Oma Pefani, Oma Pefani, Waliribe Sote, Oma Pefani, Oma Pefani, Oma Pefani, Waliribe Sote.
big round of applause as we congratulate the Ministry on the signature, on the signing of this MOU with the China African Development Fund. Thank you, Minister. All right, so with that having been now concluded, now we've come to the end of our program, where I'm now going to hand over for a final close and wrap up with a few closing remarks to DDG Ms. Mamolebo Mabije Thompson from the DTIC, who will give us those final closing remarks. Thank you very much, DDG.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a useful session, wasn't it? And if you agree, a good round of applause. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for a great job done. Let me start first by greeting Minister. I'm greeting him because Minister went out and he's back again. Minister Patel, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition of South Africa, our Deputy Ministers who've been part of the program, Deputy Minister Fikile Majola and Deputy Minister Nomalungelo Gina. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister is still here, but even in absentia, we still recognize him, Deputy Minister Puesh Kuma from China, and members of the BRICS Business Council, all of them in their numbers, and the good job that you have done today. Congratulations to yourselves, and yes, they do deserve that. Yeah. Distinguished guests from industry, academia, government, and members of the media, from our BRICS community of nations and those that come beyond the BRICS member states. And then let me also recognize Mr. Song Lee, the chairperson of China Africa Development Bank, and also in recognizing you, congratulate you for the MOU that has just been signed. Program Director, you've asked me to close the session, but I will start with what we do in South Africa, which is to greet, to say Tobela, Lochani, Molweni, good morning, and confirm that it has indeed been a great session, that we've had a number of important key areas of delivery have been agreed to here, and members of BRICS Business Council in particular have been given a serious task to undertake these, and I'm going to mention these one by one so that we will all hold them accountable to all of these. I'll start with the first area that there was agreement on. It was that we do need to boost investment in South Africa and the rest of the continent, and that the BRICS partnership's value is in backing the trend of investment only in mineral extraction and leaving Africa poorer from that, because we still have to import finished products. And the BRICS Business Council event of this BRICS summit was saying to all of us that that needs to be brought to an end, and therefore we want the BRICS Business Council to do the following. We want the BRICS Business Council to actively work with the private sectors of all member states to make sure that there is partnership in investments, particularly on infrastructure and energy on the continent and also here in South Africa. We want to work with these member states to ensure that we do have supply-side incentives that can be provided to reduce manufacturing costs right here in South Africa and on the African continent. It was this meeting that agreed that we need appropriate financing for feasibility studies in order to ensure that good projects do not go to waste because we cannot find proper funding. And it was agreed here that we need to facilitate B2B partnerships between member states of the BRICS Council and even other nations, but through the BRICS, in order to support industrialization of the continent. This meeting also raised 3 sectors that have been prioritized by the AU. Number 1, in agro-processing, in pharmaceuticals, and in ensuring that we do have the sufficient level of logistics development that is required on the continent. And in that regard, we have asked the BRICS Business Council to make sure that these B2B engagements, joint ventures, are prioritized in those particular sectors. I'll repeat the sectors again. It's agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, including the area of new energy vehicles, and then to ensure that we've got proper logistics on the continent to support trade. Then we have also indicated that product development is important, and therefore thermal, hydro, solar, wind, and other forms of sustainable and renewable energy sources must be supported for development, technologies for development on the continent. And for that reason, also the BRICS Bank must come close into supporting R&D of those particular sectors. There was a suggestion that was made that we need to look at agro-processing parks, and we also need to look at medical industrial zones. And we are therefore requesting the BRICS Business Council to see how it can take those propositions forward. Chair, I'm about to stop, and I'm sure the organizers will be happy that the list stops here. But in conclusion, just to indicate that 5 immediate areas have also been recognized as important, that from a financing perspective, standardization and harmonization of financing instruments across various funders is important to support innovation, growth, and also beneficiation of minerals through companies that are able to receive that support. And for that to happen, we are asking the BRICS Business Council to work with funders across the continent to ensure that. And then we need consistency also in defining what some of these terms would mean when we talk green industries. What is it that we are talking about? Which are the priority areas? And how is the BRICS Bank going to assist to make sure that we have industrialization, we are localizing right here on the continent, and in particular, right here in South Africa. Now, in the words of Utata Nelson Mandela, I would like to sum up the discussion by saying, it is always impossible until it is done, because we understand that this task is mammoth for the council, but we are also confident that they will be able, through their partnerships, to take this forward. I would like to also close by extending that special word of thanks to the organizers and the manufacturing working group for this very great event, and re-emphasize again the fact that indeed the value of this BRICS partnership is going to be measured on how much of these aspirations that were highlighted today are addressed and they are dealt with to the fullest. As one saying goes in one of the BRICS member states, if you want to know how far you are going to go, look at who you are going with. And we hope that BRICS is going to prove different. Thank you very much.
DDG, thank you for those final remarks and a very nice way to sum it up. We appreciate your your input. I'll just take apologies, Director General. I had referred to you as DDG. My apologies. All right, so that brings us to the end of our formal program. Minister, we are now done here. So we would like to give you the opportunity, if you would like to, and the dignitaries, if you would like to exit first. We are now, in terms of the formal program, we're now done. What we would like to do is just encourage the delegates here to attend our Hall 2 and Hall 3, the Product Hub and the Knowledge Hub, as well as we mentioned earlier on, that lunch will be served at Hall 1. So please do join us for a bite there. But thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate all the inputs today. Thank you.